Amen. go ahead and get started with our pre-meeting. Today we're going to discuss budget. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. I figured it was easier to stand down here and have a little bit of a conversation with you instead of trying to be up at the dais. But I am pleased to be here with you tonight, presenting to you the FY 23-24 manager's recommended budget. Before we dive in, I have a lot of thanks to send around the room. There has been a tremendous amount of work from staff to be ready for tonight. Certainly Assistant Town Manager Melina Gordon, Finance Director Teresa Polk, and Communications Officer Maureen Keith have all played particularly key roles in this. But as you'll see in the document ahead of you, and as we dive into it over the next couple of weeks, we are operating on a completely new budget presentation platform that we think will go a long way toward increasing the transparency of our budget and the readability of it, and to help both you as well as our community members recognize what goes into all of the numbers that they see on a page. So we're very pleased to bring that to you this year. We will have that from here forward, and we certainly hope that you enjoy it, and we'll continue to build on our budget document over the All right, we're working on some technical difficulties, but before we dive into the meat of the budget, since we did have a little bit of a preview a couple of weeks ago at the planning conference, we wanted to start with sort of what's changed within this document from when we last met and talked about this. So from the planning conference, we removed the funding for affordable housing. As the board knows, we took some action on our solid waste services and made some adjustments to those level of service, as well as some adjustments to the contract price that are reflected in this budget. We also had a reintroduction of some grant funding for our police department that we anticipate we'll receive later on this year. And staff has also gone back and pushed and pulled on some of the budget lines and looked at some things. So you'll recall back just a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about potentially a tax rate in the range of 7.5 cents. What we have in front of you tonight as the recommended budget is a proposed tax rate of 26.65 cents per hundred, which is 0.85 of 1 penny down where we were just a couple of weeks ago. So we're very pleased to be leading with some good news as it relates to this tax rate. Within this proposed budget, we are looking to set a strong foundation for the upcoming fiscal year and, of course, continue to provide high-quality services to the community. Within this budget, you'll see that we do have significant needed, planned, or desired expansions to our operations. And the foundation of all of this is within our 2023-2028 year. The operational expansions that you'll see are funded through a combination of a number of things. We do, of course, have some increased revenues, but we also are experiencing some retiring debt service. And we were pleased, and again, thank you to the department heads for conservative budgeting across the majority of the rest of the lines within the budget. As I mentioned, this is resulting in a recommended effective property tax rate of 26.65 cents per hundred. That represents a 3.96 cent increase above the revenue neutral rate of 22.69. That is an increase of 17.5% in that tax rate. We do expect that these property tax rates and other revenues will allow us to effectively fund operations in FY24 and will also help set us up to be well positioned for future fiscal. We always like to take a look at our tax rate history. So this goes back 10 years. We have been as high as 35.5 back in 2019, prior to the 2020 revaluation. And it's like Zoom is covering it up there, but the 26.65 that is proposed for 24 would be the lowest rate. Of course, these are applied to the valuation of the property. So how that results in the tax bill varies from property to property.
Sure. Commissioner Potter, other question.
Just every time you get back up, that's 17.5% increase. That's the increase in the number of cents per hundred, correct?
It's a 17.5% increase between 22.69 and 26.65.
That is not the percentage of tax dollar increase that is going to be burdened on each individual home.
That we are talking about the actual spends for the 17.
Right, so the actual tax burden increases, the analysis that I've been doing is roughly around anywhere from 75 to 60%. Just wanted to make sure the public was aware that that 17.5% was just the cents increase, not the actual dollar amount. Tax.
Yeah, I was not suggesting that.
I'm sorry?
I was not suggesting that. I was not suggesting that.
No, I know it. I know. I'm just making sure that the public's aware of it. Thank you.
As the board knows, it is a revaluation year, and so the Mecklenburg County Assessor's Office completed their revaluation of all properties within the county. This is the first time that they have moved to a 4-year cycle, so the last revaluation was in 2020. The goal from the Assessor's Office is that they are looking to bring property values to be in line with fair market values. And what they anticipate for us, what they're recommending that we work in is property owners have the ability to appeal a valuation. They disagree with it and they go through an appeal process, and depending on their particular situation, sometimes that does result in a reduction to the valuation of their property. So they are suggesting that we factor in a 3.1% total appeal loss to our valuations for the town. So when you look at this chart, this time last year, we were projecting that all properties would be valued at about $5.272 billion. And where we are looking to end this fiscal year is actually closer to $5.4 billion. And after revaluation, they are looking to have properties valued at about $7.4 billion, and then factoring in the appeal loss, you're at about $7. So compared to actual values for FY23, it is an increase of 33.6% in values across all properties. That is an average, so it is different from property. So revenue neutral calculation is something that we do always like to take a few minutes to go over with everybody, just because it is a calculation that we only see once every couple of years. And so it's easy to lose track of how revenue neutral it is calculated. So how this works is we take the property valuation from this current fiscal year and compare it to the new property valuation for next year, which, as I mentioned, is a 33.6% increase. You then take our current property tax rate of 29.5 cents per hundred, and you determine how much you would need to roll that tax rate back in order to use what's called an equivalent levy, basically to bring in the exact same amount of tax revenue next year as you did in the current year. Through that calculation, you would roll it back to 22.09 cents. You then look at what your average property tax growth has been every single year since the last evaluation. We averaged 2.74% increase annually in our tax growth between 2019 and 2023. And you then apply that to the 22.09 cents to calculate a 22.695 revenue neutral tax rate.
Becky, I have a question. With some of the bigger projects that have been approved the last, say, year and a half, will that 2.74% likely grow in how many years is these are built? There.
It really fluctuates from year to year. So it depends on when something is being built, how much is out of the ground, when they actually produce the valuation for that year. And so, you know, we have seen significant development kind of year over year coming out of the ground as we drive by, but what that actually relates to in terms of a percentage growth in our tax base, it really kind of bounces all over the place from year to year. If somebody you know, has a reduction in valuation, say they take their tools out of town, or there was, say, a mistake We have seen some reductions in some years. So it really varies from year to year. And that, we were at a 1.8% annual tax rate between the last revaluation, but you had the recession in there, you had some other things going on. So it's really hard to say. I think every year we kind of say, like, this is the year that we're going to see some big percentage. It rarely seems to actually translate on paper compared to the rest of Mecklenburg County. As much as we are growing, we're actually growing slower than
Follow up, zoning, CFO, come in, they rezone it, and they sell the property for a heck of a lot more than they for. Is there how do you assess that in zoning? Like, say the Sante Matthews plan that's there, right? Obviously, but I'm going to go more divided, so it's way more than what it's already from the past. So the county, do they consider that as part of there?
So they would not update tax value on the property until the next revaluation. But how it was zoned, what that could be, what the sales price and the comps are at the time of the revaluation would all go into setting that new valuation, but we wouldn't see that change for a couple of years.
But I have a question for clarity. Revenue being $80,000 a year. Will take you the same amount spread across all.
You're exactly right. That's a great question. So the lens that we look at is the revenue that we actually receive. But because revaluation affects every property differently, even if we were to stay at a revenue neutral tax rate, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's taxes would stay the same. In some cases, they would still go up if their property increased in value more than average. And actually, in some cases, they would see a reduction in their property tax rate if their property grew at a slower rate. So it's difficult, but the message is typically look at your own property and run your own math calculation, because it really is different. We can talk about averages, we can talk about what will ultimately end up in our coffers, but how it will independently impact every single citizen, it really varies from property to property. So the proposed FY23-24 general fund budget, that recommended budget is sitting right at $34.36 million. When we look at our current budgets, back this time last year, and what the board originally approved was a $28.5 million budget, and then over the course of this year, through budget amendments, we are currently sitting at a $34.7 million budget. That amended budget does include some of the premium pay that was funded throughout the year. It includes the design work for the fire station. So there are some big needle movers in that amended budget that we would want to point out in full disclosure as far as how we ended up at the 34.7 for the current fiscal year. So when we look at revenue sources, like most years, this doesn't change too much. We are sitting right at 55.1% of our ad valorem taxes. That's all property taxes. Certainly makes up the bulk of our revenue sources for the budget. And then local option sales tax continues to be strong, coming in right around 17%. And you can see it skew on down there. The big needle mover that we'll talk about here in a little bit is actually the investment earnings. That is starting to take up. It still only says 2.7%, but it has an actual number. We've certainly seen some growth there. So what are those revenue drivers? Of course, as we all know, as we just mentioned, ad valorem taxes is the largest source of revenue for us. The total does not include tag fees. That's a separate fee that you set that is paid by every vehicle owner when they go through their renewal. But we are now looking at 1 cent on the property tax rate, generating approximately $720,000. The current property taxes, 1 penny generates about $507,000. So a big jump through this revaluation process. Local option sales tax continues to be very strong. We have seen a large increase in the current fiscal year. The state is projecting that those increases will perhaps slow a little bit, but will continue to grow. So we have a 6% increase over where we expect to end this fiscal year in that revenue line. And then investment earnings, as I mentioned, this was a revenue source that really took a dive for a lot of years and really kind of almost went to zero. And through the increases in interest rates, as well as we are sitting on a lot of unspent ARPA dollars. So it's a good time to have some extra money in the bank if you're looking to earn interest on it, at least. We do expect we're going to end the current fiscal year around $1.2 million in revenue. We had only budgeted 20,000. So that was a huge turnaround for this current fiscal year. In running scenarios of looking to spend down those ARPA funds, do expect that that will cool a little bit in FY24. We expect the interest rates to stay strong, but as we spend down the money in our fund balance, we'll be earning less on those dollars. The other thing to point out with investment earnings is that it is not a stable revenue source, as we can see. So great times right now. They do anticipate that that will continue in FY24, but that it is an area that in the long term, we would certainly not advise that we rely on that for ongoing annual operational costs because it can swing back down in the other direction in short order. And that starts to be a big number to have to make up in other ways. We're also retiring some debt service. So we made our final payments on these 3 items in the current budget. And so engine 1, engine 2, and the radios for our first responders are all paid off. And so that is resulting in a $424,000 net savings going into FY24 of dollars that we don't need to spend on those debt items. This budget does include a number of expenditure increases that are basically baked in as far as either already approved or needed in this budget, and they total about $3.4 million. So the first one is the pay plan and market adjustment that was approved back in January and implemented in February. We have seen great returns on that with our staff. Hiring is going extremely well. Retention is excellent, and we really feel like we have that plan to thank for that. And so the full funding for that will be in the 24 budget at a cost of $2.2 million.
So you need now increase the 4-year graduates, I guess, starting salaries.
And Charlotte is who we are always chasing. So, no. We also, despite the new contract for solid waste and going out to bid, we still did end up with an increase in those costs. And so we are looking at an additional $481,000 in this budget to pay for solid waste, the solid waste contract, as well as landfill fees that have also gone up. There are also mandatory increases to our state retirement contribution rates. These are employer paid, and so they are not costs that you can pass on to the employee. And so across all lines, that's an additional $378,000. We have also experienced some additional claims in our risk management division. So both on the workers' comp side and the property and liability side. Also, some of those rates are based on wages for how much you pay for workers' compensation. And we've also acquired some additional property on the property and liability side. So altogether, we're looking at $117,000 and increase those to that division. Our software system upgrades, a number of these have been brought to the board over this last fiscal year in our police department, in our finance department, in our public works department, in a number of areas. And so those contracts have been signed. The software is either already implemented or in the process of being implemented. And so across all contracts, that's an additional $100,000. We did also take on a little bit of new debt, and that was our rescue truck. And so we received that. It was fully in service, and the first payment will be due in FY24, and the annual payment on that will be $94,000. Additionally, as we've all seen ourselves at the gas pump as well, some of those numbers have definitely gone up and are pinching our departments, specifically police, fire, and public works. So looking to account for fuel increases continuing in FY24, we're looking at a $50,000 increase. That's across all three departments.
This question should have the answer to, do our vehicles just fuel up at any random gas station, or we have fuel reserves as like fire department was?
We don't keep our own fuel. I don't, for diesel we do, but for gas. So I don't use our system. So if anyone wants to jump in and talk about how that works, well.
GT always has cheap gas.
They can fuel an EV station that accepts the WEX fuel cards. And when it goes through that process, then we don't pay all the same road tax. So we don't pay as much per gallon as you as individual, but it still has increased quite significantly. I'm not sure.
We're getting ahead
That's
of
a good, that's a good, that's a good.
QT is an option.
If I can comment on the calculation here, it's $3.1 million divided by 700,000. Cents. Here's almost 5 cents increase of budget. That's right there.
Yes, Becky, the software systems upgrade, are those upgrades that we've already voted on?
They are.
Okay, so in the recommended budget increases, actually all of these items are almost mandatory.
The phrasing for the budget that I bring to you at this point is the recommended budget. And it includes a variety of items, some of which you have flexibility over and some you don't. So that's the name of the book. That's the name of where we are in the budget process.
Right, but I'm just for clarification, all of these items on here are kind of must pay.
Yeah, but I would look at the last two words in the penny, the expenditure increases, as far as these are costs that are in fact going up that are baked in.
Right, right. Thank you.
So to that point, Commissioner Tofano, these are additional additions to the budget that I wouldn't classify as being baked in quite the same way that some of those others are. The first one is funding for Fire Station 3. We have certainly had a lot of discussion around the station. We, of course, are currently in design for that project, but have not yet committed to construction. In a lot of discussions with Chief Hinneberg and looking at the costs and the unknowns that we still have in this process related to some of the tap fees with Charlotte Water and some items that are just still question marks because of where we are in the timing of that project. We have decided to back up a little bit. The original plan had been to fully fund operations in FY24 and only hire personnel partway through the year and then send a portion of the remaining funds to help fund construction. Instead, we have paused on the concept of hiring for any of these positions. But still are recommending that we set the tax rate and have appropriate revenue to be able to operate the station. But for FY24, we would take that 1.5 million and put it directly towards construction. This will help make sure that if we do have to take out a construction loan, we keep it as low as possible. This helps keep any impact on our ARPA funds as low as possible and helps us account for some of these unknowns that are still coming down. So under this scenario in FY24, that full 1.5 million would be put towards construction. And then that would roll right into FY25. We are looking to hire people and fully launch the station and have people working out of it full time it would lead right into the funding for that. And so next year you would see that 1.5 on the operational side of the budget, paying for salaries, benefits, and station costs. Also within this budget, we've talked about paving maintenance year after year. And for years, we have been at $800,000 in funding. And so we are looking to increase that paving maintenance program support by $500,000. We do recognize that that is a large jump, but in the analysis that was just completed, even with that $500,000 addition, we are still not fully funding the program. We are actually now still $1.3 million short. So that is something that we would look to make up in future years, but we do feel like the 500,000 is a good movement towards fully funding that program. The town hall HVAC replacement, we have had a professional analysis done on our system, which is largely original to the building. There have been bits and pieces replaced and scrapped together, and particularly on the other side of the building, it's a dual system. There continue to be ongoing issues, and it is just reaching the end of its useful life. So we do have the cost of that HVAC replacement in this budget. We are suggesting that you think of that investment earnings revenue line because it is such an unstable source. Think of that as the funding for this HVAC, as that is a one-time cost. So if investment earnings do reduce in the future, then we're not looking to figure out how to fund ongoing operations without it. As we talked about the great market placement that we were able to achieve back in January and February, we all knew this would happen. We knew that our neighbors would be looking to make some big moves in July, partially to be competitive, and then also just to keep up with inflation that continues to be an issue. So we do have information from as many of our competitive pool as possible as far as types of raises that they're looking to give this coming July. On average, they range from at least 6 to above 8%. And so in running an analysis with some of our key positions, we do feel comfortable with that movement we were able to make, that we provide a 1% cost of living adjustment to the plan, as well as a 2% merit pool, so that we have 3% total, that we can continue to keep the market placement that we achieved and continue to be competitive in that area. The cost of that 3% pool is $479,000, and that includes the fringe benefits.
About that line item, that garage is our total pay bucket.
Yes, including.
I guess my question is, you always spend all of it. Somebody didn't necessarily qualify for a 2% merit increase, get back the money that went back to the budget, or you give somebody else a higher rate?
Sure, because it's a pool, so we provide a guidance of ranges to the departments. So based on the performance of each individual employee, if they are an exceptional employee, exceeds expectations, meets or doesn't meet, it's going to result in a different amount out of the 2% pool. And so somebody might get a 2.75% or maybe even a 3%, but then it means someone else is getting a 1% or something lower than 2.
Yes, I'd like to follow up on Mayor Hickman's line of questioning. Going back to the previous slide, you don't need to do that. But going back to the previous slide, Mayor Hickman brought up that it was a 5-cent increase to do that 3.4. A quick math here, it looks like it's another 4.3 cents to take this particular quantity. So we're up to 8.8 cents. So my confusion that comes in is, if this is the recommended budget, yet at the very beginning, we were only talking about what, a 5-cent increase in the board? Yeah, something doesn't jive.
So this is funded through a variety of things. So in addition to the property tax revenue, you're also going to have the increases in sales tax. That is a stable revenue source. You do have a little bit of the investment earnings that is in here. And then you also have the debt service that's rolling off. And so when you combine all of those together, we're able to absorb a very significant amount of additional expenses while only having to impact the tax rate to the lowest amount possible. In this case, we were able to get it down to effectively a 4-cent above revenue neutral increase.
Just to make sure I understand. So the 3.4 from the previous slide plus the 3 and change on this slide, 6.5 million, let's say. And what you're saying that there's mitigating reductions that take that 6.5, bring it down to some value that brings us to 4 cents.
Yeah, I would call it mitigating additional revenue sources
Okay.
and reductions in other expenses that combined together allow us to go after that tax rate and drive it down as low as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Willie.
Thank you, that 1% code, I mentioned this, Board of Commissioners, the last year, did not have a raise. That 1%, are we included in it to keep us pace? Because it was ridiculous, 2009 to 2003 decrease.
You are correct, Commissioner Whitley. The 1% COLA is applied to the proposed salaries or stipends. And we understand 1% doesn't maybe take you too far, but we're applying it evenly. So, it is in there. This is a breakdown of the proposed budget by department. As per usual, our police department takes up the largest, and I believe that's 30 or blocks here. There we go, 30. 30% of the budget is our police department, followed by 19% public works, 11% fire, always carved out as a separate 8%, and general government is at 18. That does include both the board, manager's office, as well as human resources, finance, a number of other departments. See it kind of breaks down. As a percentage of the budget, debt service is only 2% of our budget, which just for comparison is an extremely low percentage compared to what you will often find. So we're going to go through each of the various divisions within the budget now, just to give you a broad overview. Of course, the budget document has a plethora of additional information, but within the governing body, shortly you can see that 1% right there to personnel. And on the operating side, a small increase in expected expenses of just around 3%. And that operating budget does include continuing our membership with Central Lina, COG, the municipalities, and the metro. Administration, and as of note, you will see on the personnel lines these increases. Those are related to the pay increases that were previously approved that are funded. So across all departments, you will see those percentages reflected in the budget. On the operating side, we are looking at a 16% increase. It is a relatively small amount of $60,000 total, but the main increase in that line is looking to do some increased communication efforts, namely some mailings out to the community to help keep them informed. That is something that we have heard with some frequency that folks are looking for a bit more contact from
Telecommunicator.
We will look that up and come back to it if it's okay. I'll keep rolling and when I get it. The Human Resources Department, in the happy news of the budget, as far as having to deal with health insurance premiums from year to year, we're very pleased that the state health plan came back and said that there will be no increases to premiums for calendar year 24. That's the first time I've seen that in the 7 or 8 years that we've been doing this. So that did result in a very positive experience to the operating lines within the resources budget. There are some small increases within our dental program. We moved to a new claims processing program. The old system, oh gosh, I had to have been 20 years old, and every time we turned it on, we were afraid it wasn't going to start up again. So we have moved to a new system, and it's well, so there's a small cost to that. And then there are some additional pre-employment fees within this budget as we do look forward to the opening of Fire Station 3 early in FY25. We would be starting the hiring process at the end of this fiscal year, even though we wouldn't actually start them until July. Those expenses to send them through pre-employment testing would hit the FY24 budget. Safety and risk management, we talked about this a little earlier in the presentation, but we have seen some increases to both our workers' compensation and our property and liability lines. And so that is resulting in an increase to that budget. Finance, the increases to their operating lines that are actually absorbed by other decreases, but those increases are found in the budgeting and auditing software that was previously approved by the board. And then there is a nice reduction in banking fees that we were able to achieve that is resulting in a 90%. IT is remaining relatively flat on operating, although they do expect that our software contracts will increase on average about 5%. We're also continuing our cybersecurity training that we've had good success with. And the other increases that you'll see there, we are looking to increase internet speeds in some of our town facilities. And so there is an increased cost to each of those locations.
Has the town ever been sort of cyber attacks like that? I saw that Dallas and Houston was last week.
No, thankfully, no, and hopefully it stays that way. Certainly, we've seen it all across the nation, far away. We've seen it right in our own backyard with Mecklenburg County a couple of years ago. So it is something that we do consistently train on. We all absolutely get phishing emails that luckily have seemed to be pretty apparent, but we do have some protocols in place regarding the safety and security of our system and backups. And so we do feel good that if we were to fall victim to that, the amount of data that would actually be lost or would need reloading, we're in pretty good shape. And publicly, I'd like to keep it at that. But we've got some good protocols. Within our police department, there is what appears to be an operating reduction, but a lot of that is actually just with the way that we have budgeted our asset forfeiture funds. So there's just not as much that is showing up in this budget because we've been spending some of that down. But there is a $30,000 increase in anticipated fuel costs. And there are some other small increases related to recruitment of police and telecommunicators, as well as some assistance with the influx that we are experiencing, where we are receiving some assistance with some of our background checks with an outside company that's just helping make sure that we don't lose candidates because we can't process them fast enough. So they're helping us just get through them a little bit quicker so that we can get them into the academy or get them hired before someone else scoops them.
Got a question. Regards to fuel costs, I think what I've seen over the last year is fuel costs come down significantly. It was like $4 a gallon. Now I see it 307, 304. So why are we seeing these huge increases? I'm seeing fuel come down.
We based the recommended numbers for next year on anticipated actuals for this year. So I would say that we are expecting to use more this year. I think some of these lines have historically been budgeted so tightly that it wasn't that we were staying under budget in prior years. We were having to transfer dollars from other lines in order to keep those in black throughout the year. So some of this is just trying to accurately account for what we can actually spend.
So it's the fact that you actually use it for fuel.
And I think we're looking at, we looked at month by month and looked at like the last few months. But if you want more information.
No, that's fine. I just personally have seen costs come down. So
We hope it stays that way. Also, it's not in the bullet points, but within the capital budget for police, We have been working for a number of years to move them to their desired and recommended replacement schedule of 10 vehicles a year. When I came here, we were at 6. And so there were a lot of vehicles that were not in the kind of working order that we would want to see. So the additional expenses and capital move us to the recommendation of 10 per year. And then, of course, vehicles are higher than they used to be. And so it is a bit more expensive than anticipated to fully achieve that cycle. But we do think that it is in the best interest of the department and keeping vehicles in good working order to continue to make that move. Then we would plan to stick at 10 per year. Within our fire and EMS department, the large decrease in operating, the $862,000 line is inflated because the design costs for Fire Station 3 are sitting in that line right now. And so that is not an accurate representation of just the core operating expenses for Fire Stations 1 and 2. So don't be too thrown off by the reductions here. The $84,000 in capital is to provide turnout gear that we would be ordering to have it on hand. They'll start July 1 of next year. Order it in advance so that they have it. Within our Public Works Department, there are a number of divisions that are included in these totals, but really across all divisions, they're basically flat in their operating expenses. And on the capital side, the vast majority within that line is actually charged to our stormwater fund. And so that does not affect our general funds. We receive revenues, stormwater fees that fund those. And so 360,000 of that 379 is within the stormwater division related to a vacuum truck, large mini excavator, which sounds ironic, as well as a truck. As mentioned, we carve out solid waste separately, and we are seeing a 23.5% increase in that budget related to the cost of the new contract, as well as the increases in landfill fees. And that 23.5% increase is even after we made the changes to the bulk waste pickup in order to keep that line as low as possible. Planning and development is another area where the decrease in their operating expenses compared to their amended FY23 budget. We charge the comprehensive and downtown plans to this department, and so the 48,875 is really a pretty typical number for them when they don't have a big project like that. So the rest of it is really just related to the personnel increases. And Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, this is also a number of divisions, and so it includes a fair bit of capital outlay, although it is a total reduction over the current year, looking to do some increased signage in Squirrel Lake Park and fund some continued work with our ADA transition plan that we're required to continue progress on. Within Cruise Recreation Facility, we're also looking to make some facility updates, and then the community center will also receive some flooring and carpet and painting. Anything that is charged to the community center is ultimately supported by the tourism fund, not by the general. And within the operating expenses, we are also looking to increase and expand some programs, as well as our program. Elsewhere in the budget, there is $600,000 total for building maintenance. This includes the $500,000 for the HVAC system at Town Hall that we talked about, as well as a total of $100,000 into the general building maintenance fund. That number tends to fluctuate from year to year, and many years we're maybe closer to a $50,000 contribution to that general building maintenance fund. But given the age of our facilities and the experiences that we're having to try to keep them in good working order, I did feel like trying to boost that line was prudent. We have also carved out, because of the changes in state law, that there is $5,000 in your contingency line but that is what has historically been used to provide a small bit of funding to the Levine Senior Center. We would keep it in the contingency line, and then the board would be asked to take separate action on that after this budget is approved, to consider moving those funds over to Fund Levine. Within our capital improvement plan, this is within our general funds. We've got the $1.5 million for Fire Station 3 that we talked about earlier this evening, as well as just a short list of additional items. The first one is SCBA replacement bottles for the fire departments. This is the first of 3 years of funding that we would be needing in order to fully replace all of those bottles. They are reaching their expiration date, and so if we start now, we are able to replace them before they fully expire without having to take on that total cost in the year. We are also looking to start putting some funding away for some replacements of generators at various town facilities. This would be 1 year of 3 years worth of funding that we anticipate needing. We have some smaller HVAC needs around the town that we believe can be accomplished with an additional $60,000. And then within Public Works, there is an asphalt roller and a replacement that totals $90,000.
Vehicle replacements like the public works funds, are they all vehicles sold, or are
They typically are. They by the time we're ready to replace them, they don't bring a whole lot. They tend to be pretty rough, but they are surplus. If there is an additional use around town that they can be repurposed, we do that, but that rarely happens with vehicles because they go through it while we have them.
the town that ever take advantage of the county grants for diesel vehicles?
We have not been.
Yeah, we applied for those, but we have not been successful yet. Most of those have to go to the school buses.
Moving on to our tourism fund, our revenues for next year are projected to be just over $2 million, which has been a nice recovery from some of the dips that we saw during the pandemic. The expenditures that we do anticipate utilizing with those revenues is $388,000 to our capital improvements fund. That's some detail on that on the next page. We do have debt service payments that total $345,000 to make. And the contingency fund, like that $5,000 on the general fund side, this is all of the outside organizational funding that is typically provided for within the tourism fund. That again, we're carving out, putting into the contingency line so that you can approve the budget and keep in line with state law. And then after the budget is approved, we would bring those actions back to you separately in order to have those considered. We also have $93,000 anticipated for tourism grants, which is a separate application process. And the board's policy for funding that line has historically been looking at the tourism revenues for the last fully completed fiscal year, which would be FY22, and taking 5% of those in order to determine. And there's some additional funding to support forward theater. Again, that further detail on the capital improvements plan within the tourism funds, we are looking at debt service payments for Matthew Station Street and Forward Theater sound system. So we are well into those payments. This will be our third of 5. We are looking to make our first debt service payment on the Fremont Street property that was purchased previously. So that will be 4 years at $207,000. And then continuing to fund the Matthews Downtown Loop, which is the segment from Matthews Mint Hill Road down towards the Sportsplex. So that is the final year of funding for that project and putting some additional funding aside for the pottery site. We do anticipate that to be partial funding as that plan starts to come together. It looks like it may require more to actually fully construct the vision for that. That would be something that the board can take up separately and then looking to continue to put away funds for an additional segment of the Matthews Downtown Loop. This is the Tanktown Road segment. And so that would be payment 2 of 3 for $140,000. So as mentioned, there are some things that are not included in this budget, and they do include the fully funding of our paving maintenance program. We would be looking to need an additional $1.2 million to consider that fully funded. In the proposed budget, we have $1.3 million. Per the board's direction, there is not funding in this budget for any affordable housing related initiatives. We do, of course, still have the ARPA funds, and we have requests in at both the federal and state level for financial support for those initiatives that we should hopefully start to hear about in the coming months. But there's no additional town dollars in this budget. As discussed when the solid waste contract was adjusted, if the lack of bulk waste turns out to be a problem and we would be looking to come back and negotiate or add that service back, there is not funding for that included in this budget. So that would be looking at likely use of fund balance if we needed to make a mid-year adjustment for that. And we hope that is not needed, but just want to provide full disclosure on that contract. And of course, the bond projects have been discussed. We understand that no decisions have been made regarding which projects to move forward with, but there are not design dollars in this budget. That would be a separate action by the board at a later date. And with that, I know you've had some questions along the way, and you just received the budget document this evening, but certainly happy to answer any questions or at least write them down to be prepared to discuss them when we do again.
Actually, that was my question, the line by line comparison with last year, that just arrived.
So that was printed for those of you who wanted a printed copy, and it will be posted online, I believe, tomorrow. Oh, as we speak, it has been posted online. Thank you, Lori. And
Yes.
And then certainly if you need it, email to you.
This is not directly related to the budget, but I think Commissioner Hoover had asked for an inventory of all town-owned property and their valuations. Has that been submitted or have been submitted?
It has not been submitted, but it has been started. We have partial information. What we're working with staff, various staff members right now, is to go through and thoroughly vet. Some of the properties have strings on them as far as they say can only be used for a recreational purpose, and also the future use or future intended use for some of the properties. We want to make sure that we're capturing that. Staff is spearheading that effort, and they're working together. And that is something that I anticipate that we should be able to have within the next week or two.
Yeah, I was going to ask because that information went into budget considerations. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Irvin.
Thank you on the tourism side. Having for the conversation. Racial about the use of tourism.
It was discussed, of course, while we were up in Raleigh, and I believe Senator Hunt in particular seemed interested in that, but they have not followed up with any additional requests related to that or suggestions of that is going to be moving forward, but we can certainly follow up and see if they either are still willing to take it up or maybe can in a future session if it's not something that we have here. I think when you look at the proposed expenditures for the tourism fund, we have sort of reached a day where there's very little that we're anticipating just putting into fund balance without a designated use. So it could be a challenge to maybe if we have more uses, it's just going to put more pressure on that fund. But certainly as we roll off some debt service, we'll free that back up in the next few years.
That was a comment that I was before. We're pretty much using all that we can now. So did just get this amended budget, so I encourage everybody to take a really strong look at it. Becky and I had a long conversation when I first became mayor, and after she became town manager, and I didn't really want to play games with the budget. I think the budget that Becky has submitted is a pretty tight budget. I don't think there's a lot of areas that might be wasteful or frivolous. I think just, as we said, the one listing there with pay plan, solid waste, risk management, software, et cetera. Those are things we have to pay. We don't, and our costs are going up. So certainly want to make sure that we're very good stewards of the taxpayers' money. But we'll look at it very closely. But I don't believe we're going to find a huge windfall of ways to say, oh my gosh, we can be revenue neutral now. I don't see that happening. Discussions like that. So certainly encourage everybody to take a look, and if you see any items that you think you can cut, then we do look at it and least tax burden to our citizens as possible. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Do you have anything further?
Just wanted to note that we are scheduled to meet next to discuss the budgets next Monday evening. On the off board meeting nights, those meetings will start at 6 p.m. We will feed you. We look forward to reconvening them. We'll have department heads available to be able to answer any specific questions that you may start to have as you go through the budget document. But otherwise, we look forward to continuing the conversation next Monday.
I encourage elected officials, if you have specific questions, probably deliver them before that meeting so that staff has time to investigate them. Check them out. Mr. Quantum.
Yes, Becky, going back to the inventory of town-owned properties, can you possibly have that ready for our Monday meeting?
We will endeavor to try. We should be able to, but without talking to staff, I don't want to commit, but I'm not sure what else they have on their plate, but we can certainly try. And if we have it prepared ahead of time, we'll do that.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions,
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Matthew Commissioners Meeting for May 2023. I'm Matthew's Mayor John Higgin. I'd like to start with an introduction. On my left and your right is our Assistant County Leah Gordon, Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, our Mayor Pro Tem Ken Poole, Town Manager Becky Hawk, Town Attorney Charlie Butler, Commissioner Martin Afono, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, our Town Clerk Lori Canapino, Planning Director Jay Camp, and our Communications Coordinator Maureen Key. I'd like to start with invocation. I'd like to, in these troubled times in the United States with so much discord and concerns about unity, I'd like to read a prayer that's been ascribed to Thomas Jefferson in his second inaugural in 1805. Some say that it never happened, but nonetheless, it's a good prayer. So not sure where it came from, but please join me in prayer if you can. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of the favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and from arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people, multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those to whom in thy name we entrust the authority of governments, that there may be justice and peace at home, and through obedience to thy will we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. Time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All of which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. Adopt the agenda. I'll ask the town manager.
We have one deletion, Mr. Mayor, really reschedule under new business proceeding the audit report. Both of the auditors that were prepared to present tonight are ill for different reasons, and so we would like to reschedule that for 2 weeks.
Very good. I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda without 14A.
Second. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Cool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So very good and fun time every year when we get to recognize the town employee of the year. This year, our employee of the year is Leah Hood, and I'm going to ask the town manager to read a letter.
And I'm going to come down and she's making her way up. Just a few minutes, and then we'll let you go. We're appreciative of Talia's willingness to come to this board meeting because she does so much for the town. One of those behind the scenes positions that just goes unnoticed, but really helps make the departments operate smoothly, makes the town operate smoothly. And so we are so pleased to be recognizing her tonight. So I do have a letter to read to Talia. So, dear Talia, on behalf of Mayor Higgin, the Board of Commissioners, and town staff, it is my privilege to present to you with the Service Excellence Team's Employee of the Year Award for your outstanding work in 2022. Your colleagues recognize your hard work and dedication that you bring to the Matthews Police Department every single day. Throughout your time here, you continue to demonstrate that you are a leader who goes beyond your assigned duties to make a lasting impact. As Administrative Services Manager, you have worked hard to make meaningful changes to the records and communications divisions to set the department up for success. Additionally, your willingness to step in and cover shifts while managing the hardship of significant position vacancies shows that you're a great leader who knows the value of teamwork. As interim police chief Katie Williams said, in a time of uncertainty caused by the lasting effects of the pandemic, current workforce applicant pool, and managing employees on the verge of burnout, Talia has remained the concrete that has held up the structure of the department's records and communications teams. Her positive mindset and professional demeanor are a great credit to herself, Matthews Police Department. Your contributions fulfill nearly all of the town's 9 service excellence keys, including building and maintaining positive relationships, problem solving, exceeding expectations, and teamwork. So congratulations on being named our 2022 Employee of the Year. Please accept my compliments and thank you so much for such a wonderful job well done. Please give her a round of applause.
I apologize in advance if I haven't made a hole for your company yet. Our last employee of the year took a job in Charlotte, so don't get any ideas. Very proud of him. I'd like to move on to agenda item number 6, recognizing National Police Week. I'm going to read a proclamation honoring National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including dedicated members of the Town of Matthews Police Department and area agencies. Whereas the members of the law enforcement agencies serving the Town of Matthews, including the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, North Carolina Alcohol Law Enforcement, Mecklenburg County Alcohol Beverage Control, and the Town of Matthews Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the Town of Matthews. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agencies, that members of our law enforcement agencies recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, by protecting the innocent against deception, and the weak against oppression. And whereas since the first reported death in 1786, more than 23,785 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty. The names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the wall of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas 556 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in 2023, including 224 officers killed in 2022, 332 officers killed in previous years. And whereas a candlelight vigil honoring the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be conducted on May 13th during National Police Week in Washington, D.C., which will be observed this year from May 9th through the 15th. Peace Officers Memorial Day will be observed on May 15th. Now, therefore, the Matthews Board of Commissioners calls upon all citizens of the Town of Matthews and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 9th through the 15th, 2023 as National Police Week. Commemorate law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in so doing have established for themselves enviable and enduring reputation for serving the rights and security of all citizens. And to observe May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officer Memorial Day, honor of those law enforcement officers who through their courageous deeds have made that ultimate sacrifice in service to their community and have become disabled in the performance of duty. Let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. In witness whereof, I am hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the Town of Matthews to be affixed this 8th day of May, 2023. Chief Williams would like to present this to you, sir. That I said enough words. Let's move on to the next item, recognize National Public Works. Again, I'd like to read a proclamation, National Public Works Week 2023. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable, resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the town of Matthews. Whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the town of Matthews to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest in understanding the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. Whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, the Canadian Public Works Association. Now therefore, I, the Honorable John F. Higdon, Mayor of the Town of Matthews, do hereby designate the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause the great seal of the town of Matthews, North Carolina, to be affixed this 8th day of May 2023. I'm going to present this to C.J. O'Neill. Move down to the next agenda item, public comment. Anyone who's registered in advance will speak first, and after that, anyone in the audience who wishes to speak may do so also. Speakers will have 5 minutes. Anyone interested in speaking about one of the public hearing items should wait until that item comes up in the agenda. And I see our first speaker is Jennifer Lynch. Lynch, are you present? So do you want to speak during the public hearing and not? Okay, thank you. Our next person that signed up is Jim Dedman. Dedman. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to say what's on your mind.
Name's Jim Dedman, 1330 Golden Hill Road, Matthews, North Carolina. Just as an aside, Mayor, this past weekend was also the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend. That was the reason that all the buildings uptown were lit up in red. Let me state for the record, I'm not against food trucks. Already talked about this before, but first responsibility of any municipality is public safety. According to proposed verbiage on the proposal, food trucks will be allowed to park in the first 3 spaces of Charles Street, which will, for all practical purposes, close the street during their operation due to people standing in the street for purchases and picking up food. How is this providing a safe environment for our quote unquote vibrant uptown or downtown Matthews? Charles Street parking is always full every time I see it, and I ride by that location. The location is clearly for the sole benefit of the beer temple, Mr. Jasek, not any other business in town. What do other breweries of Charlotte do? You go to Sycamore Brewery, food trucks have been in the parking lot. Go to Resident Culture on Central Avenue, food trucks are in the parking lot. Go to the new open tap on Carmel Road. Food truck shelter actually was incorporated into the structure, all placed on their own private property. So when do we change an entire ordinance for the benefit of one business that has been violating the same ordinance for the past 2 years, according to one of its own employees on nextdoor.com? One comment that was made on social media basically made a comparison of which was more important, pedestrian safety and a couple of parking spots, or the lure that a food truck will bring downtown Matthews. In the current form, it says that this is based on the petitions going around. In the current form, he says the food trucks have been making a big impact in downtown Matthews. Mr. McCool in the last meeting also stated that food trucks create revenue in the town, hundreds or thousands. Prove it. I'd like to see actual data on these claims. They're obviously nothing more than biased anecdotal speculation. This bogus petition that was brought up as being created is invalid since in its design, it's rigged to only allow for positive responses and not contrary comments. Also, to be valid, it should be limited to Matthews residents and taxpayers who have actually signed said petition. How many of the signees actually are taxpayers in Matthews? Why is that important? Because you're proposing to use public right-of-ways in the town of Matthews for the benefit of one private business. You're voting to possibly change an ordinance to please a businessman who claimed on local news that he was unaware of the ordinance, yet submitted a request for a zoning change of that same ordinance weeks prior. I don't know, I do know. The only surprise in this situation for anybody is probably the fact that Mr. Jasek planned on filing a zoning request and it would be rubber stamped and he'd have his food trucks on Trade Street. Instead, there's been pushback, which is the reason he and his employees have gone to the extreme measures they have, regardless of the safety concerns of others in use of public roadway paid for by the citizens of Matthews so they can make a profit. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, can you hear me okay? I'm Jim Rudzinski, 619 Meadow Lake Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. I'm not here to talk about food trucks. However, my opinion remains as they're fine as long as they're not on public right of way. I'm here as your taxman. Yes, taxes, specifically Matthews property taxes. Soon you'll get to vote on the 23-24 budget. Focusing on the 275 mill rate that's been published, putting this in proper perspective, this is a 21% property tax increase over the revenue neutral number of 2269, which I'll refer to as 22.7 at this point. That's a 21% increase. At the heart of this increase, town spending. The following numbers that I'm going to present are Matthews taxes only and do not include Mecklenburg County taxes. The values that I'm pulling were presented on the Mecklenburg revaluation website. The impact for many Matthews taxpayers will be greater than 21%. Why? Because revaluation was not consistent across Matthews. I understand that Matthews cannot control the revaluation numbers, but they can control the budget numbers. Like many in this audience, you're going to see tax increases that are in the 30 to 40% range increase. Some are going to be far greater. For instance, Crestdale neighborhood, 4 blocks behind Town Hall, Abloh and Amherst Circle, their property taxes are going to be up 53%. That's $281 increase. Why? Because their property values went up 64%. Crestdale neighborhood and Matthews School Road, same area, just down the block. Their property taxes are up 67%. That's $303 annually. Their property values went up 79%. Off of Phillips Road on the other side of 74, near the Purser Halsey Park. Neighborhood called Winding Trail. I've walked it many times. Their property taxes are up 85%. Yes, 85%. That's a $407 increase. Why? Because their home values have doubled, 99% increase. The home value now over there average is $322,000. Unfortunately, this town government has committed spending or is planning on committing to spending to drive this 21% average increase. Spending such as across the board pay increases, high dollar property purchases, and more importantly, agreeing to more wants than actual needs, thus making the needs much more difficult and painful to obtain. Do not try to convince me that by reducing the mill rate from $2.95 to $2.75 is a tax cut. That's not valid. That's not true. It's not a valid comparison. The $2.75 must be looked at with respect to a revenue neutral number of $2.27. That is the 21% increase. Past history, 2021, you all got to enjoy a 5.3% increase. In 2019, Matthews had a 7.1% increase. Those appear to be the good old days. Now it's 21%. Affordability is more than just being able to purchase the property or rent the property. Affordability is also being able to afford to pay the annual cost of living there. Housing valuation increases bring increases in home insurance premiums, in some cases hundreds of dollars. Inflation continues impacting food prices, home heating and cooling, home repairs, medical costs, transportation. List can go on. All these items the taxpayer must plan and budget for. These are necessary expenses. Now is potentially a 50% or greater increase in property tax obligations. Taxpayers must look at their budget and figure out what they can afford, what do they give up, or say no, can't afford it. This is called fiscal responsibility. The town of Matthews needs more of this and more to practice this. Oh, and by the way, all these numbers I gave you on increases, those are before bonds. That's the other shoe that could drop. When and if the bonds are fully implemented, that will be another 12% on top of the 21%. Math, 21 plus 12 is 33%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orszewski. I just want to inform you for the record that the recommended budget prepared by our town manager this evening is 6.65, not headed in the right direction. Anybody else in the room here tonight care to make a public comment? Please approach the podium, state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Legan Collins. I'm a native from here, 1126 Willow Oaks Trail, Matthews, North Carolina, 28104, right on the border of Union and Mac. And my daughter and I live out here. My daughter's 11, I'm 36. I've been here for a minute. We like to skate. I even want to hear my dance today. Skateboarding, roller skating, scootering, biking, all of it. We go to Francis Beatty Park all the time. We also have a dog. We have a Great Pyrenees, big dog. Wonderful, wonderful new dog park you guys have also put in implementation. Thank you. I'm here because I have found myself at a place in my life where I want to do something with my heart. And my daughter loves to skate and I love to skate. And a lot of places in the scene, because of the DIY culture and now becoming a corporate sport, being introduced into the Olympics in 2022, and also going to be in the Olympics in 2024. To be able to work with the town of Matthews to facilitate contacts that they already have in place to implement the execution of a park would be a dream for me and my daughter. We drive all the way to Mooresville to go skate. We've already skated everything at Blacksaw. And what I love about it is it keeps everyone out of trouble. Everyone's looking out for each other. They're watching each other's lines and how they're skating through things. They're supporting each other when they fall and get up. Yes, safety is a thing and helmets are a must. Pads, helmets, there's a way to do it and a way not to do it. You need to respect the concrete, is what I say. You teach them how to fall correctly, learn the limits of their body, and it brings people together because they're all looking out for each other and have accountability because they all have to have good behavior to have the privilege. Example, daylight skating. Daylight skating is very popular at most parks, and if you'd ever like to take a field trip out with me to Waxhaw to go look at everything, I've actually been working on some of those facilities myself. I've been out there for the love of skating, working with concrete and grading land and learning myself to build it so that potentially I could build my own spot in the driveway if there's nothing in the city. And what happens to these kids who are skating where there's no skateboarding signs? So we have an Olympic sport with no training facilities. We have no one who's willing to bridge the gap and say, okay, guys, it doesn't need to be a DIY misfit culture anymore. You guys are now a corporate sport. We can all work together. There is a collectiveness that happens. I was a competitive gymnast for 14 years, an aerialist, a dancer, and a dance teacher as well. There is something that happens when people come together and they work together to elevate each other in a skill. That is community to me. It is when everyone is uplifting each other, they have a safe place to go, in an area where it might even collaborate different groups of people. Example, the dog park. There's a lot of land out there, maybe even putting something out there, but I propose that I would love to be your point of contact and your liaison between that world and your world, if that's something that you would like to discuss. Stop shop. Yeah, no problem. I already spoke with Corey King. Earlier tonight. I'm actually going to go to their meeting on Wednesday at 6:30 as well. But my heart and soul is in there, and I also know everything going on in the area. International, I know the entire construction scene and what's going on in that market too. So how it could benefit you.
So you already have your contract.
Yes.
I skateboarded quite a bit as a kid. I have scars to prove it. But one, sure. We just recently had this discussion when we were talking about updating some of our parks. And if you expressed a desire for a skate park, my concern was always the liability that the town might have on our town attorney when informed me that not have any liability. So our liabilities may not.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room care to make a public comment? First, Mike, address for the record.
My name is Billy McChesney, and 1120 Red Porch Lane in Graylock. And I want to talk about the food trucks. And they cut down the road, but it's not just the road is blocked. We've got kids running all over the place. The parents are getting the food, the kids, it's a street. And if you're coming down Trade Street and you want to turn left there, you don't see all the people in the street until you're right there turning. And these kids don't know. And the parents, God love them, they're busy doing their other stuff. They're not realizing it. And one of these days, these kids are going to get hit. And plus, just recently, there's another business literally right behind the beer temple, and they have put in a permanent food truck, like right behind. So it's on their property, in their parking lot. So if they say we need a food truck down there at night, now we have one. We don't have to block the street off. It's not from the beer temple, it's from the company behind, but we don't need it. If they're saying that we need a food truck downtown Matthews, okay, we've got one now. It's a permanent structure on their property. But they parked it right in the road, and people are all over the road getting their stuff. And it's just not only the parking situation, but it's a safety issue. Thank you.
Lorraine, do we have anybody online that's indicated they want to make a public comment?
No.
Well, go to agenda item number 9, recess for any meeting of public hearings on applications that are together. Thank you, staff. Full second by Commissioner Urban, all in favor? Opposed? Public hearing can be held tonight until 10 p.m. If any public hearing has not been opened by then, it will be continued 2023. It's been slightly controversial, but I think it's good for the applicants and for all of us. We got here on 1 or 2 in the morning. I get vision of the other line. I'm tired of that. Mr. Camp, please introduce the planning board members in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here on the first row, we have Chris Lazar, Rose, Sheridan Johnson. On the second row, we have Bob Jackson, Tom Dorsey, our Vice Chair, Ladner, and Tom.
On to item 9A, zoning application 2022-750 Matthews Gateway, zoning classification. Changing conditions from R9 and MDD to a single UD district on that certain property designated as 1205 East John Street through the I-485 interchange to accommodate a multi-use development with a maximum of 240,000 square feet of office space, retail, restaurant, and other commercial uses, a maximum of 150 hotel rooms, maximum of 120 single-family attached dwelling units, and a maximum of 285 multi-family dwelling units. They're designated as tax parcels 215042-19-12 and -13.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Good evening. I'm going to start off with Matthews Gateway. What I'm going to do briefly is go through the existing approval. Then I'm going to go through what the proposed project and some of the changes. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about staff comments and observations. So we're going to try and, there we go. So this is the previously approved plan. This was approved in 2009. It includes 4 different pods. That it includes multifamily residential, retail, office, most notably satellite university offices. And as I mentioned before, they were to be developed in different pods, pod A, B, C, and D. This is the current proposal. It's a little different. See, this parcel is no longer part of the present proposal, but we do have some additional townhomes that are in the new proposal. Maximum of 240,000 square feet of office, retail, restaurant, and other commercial uses. Maximum of 150 hotel rooms, 130 one-family attached dwelling units, townhomes, and then a maximum of 285 multifamily dwelling units. So I'm just going to point this out. This is the phasing for the proposed project. And in the pink area, you can see where some of the non-residential here in the town center concept is being proposed, townhomes, multifamily residential, and then also some commercial down here in this area. So just going over a couple staff comments, and then I want to hit on some pros and cons of the new project versus the old project. So street lighting will be a part of the Greylock Ridge project, but pedestrian lighting should be installed and maintained by the developer along this way, because as you can see in their proposal, there will be, well, it's hard to see here, there's a lot of green, which is great. There will be a multi-use path that will go along there. So people will be walking, hopefully at all times of the day. So pedestrian lighting would be great. Possibly some diversity in the project of the multifamily section, maybe add some build to rent components, decrease the density a little bit, add to a smaller scale. What we see right now is predominantly a traditional higher level multifamily residential proposal. Additionally, the town has dedicated some money, a little bit of money, 190K for mast arms at John, and perhaps developer could share in that cost as it directly benefits this project. So briefly, some pros and cons. Portions of the new proposal are better than the old, such as the townhome projects and the town center concept. Portion of the greenway will be constructed as a part of this proposal. In the old proposal, it was just to be dedicated to the town or to the county. There's an affordable component to the townhomes and the apartments. Some of the cons, briefly, are improved greenway should extend along the creek and the sewer easement all the way throughout the development area. There's horizontal mix of uses, but they're not very vertically integrated. Concern over the phasing of the town center. That's why I went over the phasing plan with you briefly. The town center is only shown as a portion. It's coming in phase one. Staff is just concerned that the other part is speculative and may not come to fruition. That's all I really have to present to the board this evening. It's basically a before and after photo shot. The planning director, Jay Camp, would like to say a couple words. And then we can move into the developer presentation or questions from the board.
Thank you, Rob, for yielding a few minutes of your time, Mayor and Board. As we were going over our final comments on this second round of public hearing on this, I thought that it'd be good to put together a few quick bullet points, some kind of food for thought as we continue to evaluate this project. Your board has been fairly straightforward with us over the past year that you want honest and straightforward feedback from any departments. So I want to give you a little taste of that this evening. We've been working with this developer for a year and a half. A lot of progress has been made on the plan. Is it a better iteration of the previous plan from 2009? I think it's definitely headed that direction. We have made a lot of positive progress. One thing that we're hearing, and some of this is a little bit duplicative of Will's presentation, but I'll just continue on. There's a gas station proposed at the site. We weren't initially concerned about it. It is at the corner of an interchange, 485 John Street. We have lost some stations downtown, so it was something we're willing to consider. I'm not hearing a lot of love from a few of you that I have spoken to about the gas station portion of the project, but I don't know if that's representative of the board, but that's what I've heard in a few conversations. The renderings, however, do look very nice from what I've seen in the presentation. On the multifamily, again, continuing Rob's comments about it, we are working with the same developer. Mr. Pappas is a partner in this project, and I hesitate to use this word, but perhaps we were spoiled a little bit with the architecture and the layout we received in the Sante project, which was recently approved. You have townhomes, cottages, duplexes, kind of unique designs of the multifamily buildings. So this is a more traditional design for the multifamily. That doesn't make it bad, but it is more traditional is what you see throughout the Charlotte region. That other project, Sante, did have multiple typologies of rental units within the development. And this is a criticism that we've, not criticism, but rather a concern we've shared over the past year or so, is that the parts of the project that I perceive generating the most excitement potentially for our citizens and perhaps even your board would be the office component, which is an economic development driver. That's speculative at this time. You know, they don't have any tenants in place. And then the town center. We saw some I thought very attractive renderings of the town center at the corner of Greylock Ridge and John Street last month. That to this date is still a speculative aspect of the project. However, the project is not without merit. I think it's a really good project. It's not yet a great project. So we're going to continue to work with the developer at this time and ultimately work for the best outcome for the town. In closing this evening, we really want to hear feedback from you all. We need to hear what your criticisms, thoughts, and concerns are, so that hopefully the hearing is closed and we can continue to work with the developer based on your feedback and what we want to hear from the public this evening. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the mic to the applicant.
Commissioner Garner.
Can you talk a little bit about the transportation improvements for, if there are improvements to the former, the plan from 2009? And we talked about this in the last, I think I should preface this by saying, in the last meeting when we started this public hearing, we talked about this was the plan that was approved in 2009, and so that unfortunately, some months has that ship has sailed. So the property has been slated to be developed since 2009. What we're trying to do here is make sure it's the best use of the property, and is somebody who lives on John Street, the lowest impact on our local neighborhood. So when I'm looking at this, I see the two stoplights. Developer is building part of the Graylock extension, some of that stuff. Can you talk about that and what that looks like? And then also, I'm curious, comparing them, column by column. The newer proposal has more residential.
Right.
And the older proposal has more office retail. And so what does that look like as far as car trips, car volume per day?
It's my understanding that the applicant has had some comparisons prepared. They have a traffic engineer here share in depth on that. So I would not do it any justice to try to compare it for you.
You know what the differences are on the road network or anything like that? Just very funny.
I don't know.
No, we have not. I did recently receive some of the information that the applicant is going to present this evening, and I have shared it with our transportation impact analysis consultant, who I believe is on the Zoom audience. So we have an expert on our side tonight that can help explain any questions that the board may have. I think that probably will be best after the applicant gives their presentation, if that's okay.
I wonder if it's maybe better for the applicant. For the things that come up repeatedly among elected officials, plans for the greenway throughout the property. Can you walk us through that?
Goes back to the site plan. Okay. So what is being proposed is put this thing right here. There we go. The greenway currently comes up and goes along Graylock. Well, what Graylock Ridge extension. So what the difference is going to be is the developer is proposing bringing the greenway in along the creek area here, crossing underneath this. This is Selmaburg extension, and it will then be a natural surface trail. This towards the multifamily and the townhome area. There will be a connection, a pedestrian connection between the greenway pedestrian connection between the multifamily and the greenway and the townhomes. Additionally, the developer is proposing to bring greenway as a multi-use path up to Graylock Ridge extension. Multi-use path, which is 10 feet wide, will then go along Graylock Ridge extension to the railroad crossing.
All right. Any other questions for staff?
No, for staff or for petitioner, but have you talked with the developer about extending the sidewalk, the property to the northwest? Is that still his property now that I'm looking at it on Polaris? It looks like BOC. Sort of a long stretch of property that at least had formerly been part of this.
Yeah, that acquisition we just learned of a few weeks ago.
Right, you have a good here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the board, members of the planning board, John Carmichael. With me tonight are Black Person Associate, Tom Creasy with Black Person Associate, Jonathan Guy with Kelly Horn Associates. Jonathan is the traffic engineer, in the True Homes, and Jeff Smith with the Pappas. For briefly, the site, 60 acres, as you may recall, is located on the east side of John Street at the northeast, on the northeast quadrant of the John Street 45 interchange. The site, about 53 acres of the 60-acre site is currently zoned mud. That's the portion here, and I guess that's a purplish color. And then about 7 acres of the site is zoned R9, and that's the portion on the northern portion of the site. As Rob indicated, 53 acres of the site is currently zoned mud. And on that 53 acres, the following could be developed. You could do 60,000 square feet of office and commercial uses, up to 220 multifamily dwelling units, and up to 364,000 square feet of commercial uses currently on the site that could be developed on the site, and then 100 hotel rooms. That's on the 53 acres. This portion of the original site is not part of the application. That's still owned by Wingate, and it's zoned for up to 100,000 square feet of university, college, and office uses. These are just the totals of the current entitlements for the 53 acres. Once again, 220 multifamily dwelling units, up to 424,000 square feet of office and commercial uses, and up to 100 hotel rooms. Once again, 100,000 square feet of college and office uses on Pod D on the original rezoning plan is not part of the application. So what's being requested is a change of conditions for the portion of the site, the 53-acre portion of the site that's zoned mud, and the rezoning of the 7 acres of the site that's currently zoned R9 to mud to accommodate a multi-use development that would be comprised of essentially the same uses as are currently approved, with addition of a convenience store and also the townhomes. Portable dwelling units would be part of this development. So this is a chart that we shared last time, and it basically compares the current entitlements with the entitlements that are being requested. So the current plan is 424,000 square feet. The proposed plan is 240,000 square feet. So there's a reduction of 184,000 square feet of commercial space. Multifamily units allowed in the current plan are 220. What's being proposed is 285 units. That's a 65 unit increase. Hotel rooms under the current plan total 100. What's being proposed are 150 hotel rooms. So that's an increase of 50 hotel rooms. The additional hotel rooms, the applicant believes would enable the applicant to have a little better flag on the hotel. Townhomes, there are no townhomes in the original plan. Proposed plan would allow up to 130 townhomes, so that's obviously an increase of 130. The currently approved plan does not propose any affordable units. This plan for the townhomes proposes 10% of the townhomes would be available for families at 60% AMI for a period of 80 years. The multifamily component, 5% of the multifamily units for families at 80% AMI or less for a period of 15 years. Once again, that's part of the proposed plan, not part of the current plan. Convenience store is not part with gasoline sales, is not part of the currently approved plan. It is proposed here. A greenway and nature trail connection does not provide for under the current plan. It is provided for here. Construction of a signalized pedestrian crossing on East John Street for the greenway trail was not provided for under the current plan, but is provided for here. And then the dedication of right-of-way for Granite Road extension by the applicant, not under the current plan, but would be provided for under this plan. So I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan Guy. Y'all had a lot of questions about transportation. So Jonathan's going to talk to you about that, and then I'll pick things back up and follow up and complete pretty briefly, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jonathan Guy, Kinlan Board. Happy to be here tonight. Transportation, this site project or project site is at the confluence of a lot of NCDOT project work that is going on. Slide up here shows the projects that are either in construction or are being planned for construction within 1 year. You can see the Graylock extension, according to NCDOT as of today, that's planned for construction in 2024. The widening of East John Street up to Graylock Ridge Road, as well as the interchange, is associated with the I-5507 widening of the interstate. That interchange modification is under construction. And then, of course, Old Monroe Road, the widening of that is 2024. Key Road, 2024, and the Weddington Road interchange is already under construction. I bring up all of those things because all of that's going to make a difference on the congestion levels that you're seeing today and what you've experienced for the past several years. NCDOT is making up for funding shortages that have been hounding not only projects here in Matthews, but also elsewhere within within the state of North Carolina. It was already brought up about the 2009 approved plan. Real quickly, what's important up here is the daily, the AM and the PM. Daily is 13,696 trips. AM is 1,100 and PM is roughly 1,100 as well. That's the trip generation associated with the approved plan. You can see the totals there and how we calculate those are based off of NCDOT guidance. They have a spreadsheet that tells us how we are to calculate that, whether it is based off of the number of students, square footage, adjacent street, or peak hour land use. So that generation was approved back in 2009 by NCDOT. Our current one, this is roughly, I should point out the note previously did not include, we can get, and I'll address that here in a second again, 2022, 2023 rezoning trip generation. This is daily is 8772, AM is 723, and PM is 915, based on the land uses that we've been talking about. Instead of breaking things out just called by the retail land use or mixing both that and office, you'll see the trip generation breaks out the office, the shopping center, as well as the super convenience gas station. That's how NCDOT classifies it, using those land uses again, which again are based off of ITE 11th generation, which is the most current guidance that both the town supports as well as NCDOT for trip generation. Now, when we start to compare the two, you can see the difference there. Take out Wingate, the projected use is 12,506, so roughly about 1,100 is associated with the Wingate University traffic. The other thing that's important is that the old plan, because there was not an extension of Graylock at that point, pushed about 6,000 trips per day towards downtown to spread that traffic load out. When we look at the current plan, again, both were mixtures of uses that had a lot of variety, horizontal layout, mixture of uses, are projected to generate 8772, with the majority of the trips looking to move itself towards the interstate based on the land uses and how connectivity works throughout the network there. Our proposed intersection configuration, which I can get into later, helps to ease the congestion that's out there, reduce traffic that is being placed onto Graylock Ridge Extension through the use of the intersection on East John Street. All of that said, the big comparison from a daily standpoint, 3734 trips per day are reduced, moving from the approved plan in 2009 to the proposed plan of today. You see the comparisons there based on traffic generation as well as traffic towards downtown, pushing more of the traffic towards the interstate. This is directly from NCDOT, their forecast. You can see, I thought this was interesting. They looked at 2040. We also had to run our analysis looking at the design year for the project for not only East John Street, but also for Graylock Extension. And you can see their projections are roughly 13,500 on Graylock Ridge Extension, 40,000 vehicles per day in 2040. Now, what's the difference is you'll note as you get closer to Trade Street, look at the difference there. Roughly 7,600 to 10,000 vehicles per day are reduced along East John Street as you approach Trade Street with the extension. There's a big difference in volumes as now you have the ability to disperse traffic in and around. Again, we're not pushing traffic towards Graylock Ridge. With the configuration we've come up with that NCDOT is working with us and the town to finalize the design parameters of that, we'll move more traffic, make it more efficient, and take less burden, or put less burden, I should say, onto Graylock Extension with the proposed.
This is just a representation of the signalized pedestrian crossing that would allow pedestrians to go down the Greenway and cross East John Street. And then this is Summer Burke Lane. The applicant, talking and working with Jane Robb, has agreed that there'd be a bridge over the creek so that the natural trail could go under the bridge and connect to the trail that would be located between Summer Burke Lane and East John Street. Some of the changes that we're going to be on the plan, I think Rob touched on those, but go to the plan real quick. So the applicant once again would dedicate for Greenway purposes the area adjacent to 4 Mile Creek from East John Street all the way back to the railroad right of way. The applicant would construct a trail from East John Street to Summer Burke Lane. That trail would match be in accordance with the standards of the Carolina Thread Trail. The trail would then go up onto the road and be a multi-use path that would go all the way up Granite Ridge to the eastern portion of the site. A natural trail would then be established from Selma Burke Lane back to the railroad right of way. And then there would be a pedestrian connection from the townhome component to the natural trail, and pedestrian connection from multifamily component to the natural trail.
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Natural trail, what is it, dirt? Like an everything gravel or anything on this grass?
It'd be grass. Yeah. The applicant would also, the applicant would also, in response to Commissioner Tupano's comment, the porches on the front of the townhomes would have a minimum depth of 8 feet. But this is the plan that you've seen at the last hearing. I won't belabor it, but once again, you've got the town center component here. The townhomes here, both will be accessed from Graylock Ridge and of course from Summer Burke Lane. Got the multifamily component here, some more commercial here, and commercial and office here. This is the Wingate parcel. I do want to point out that the townhomes, although not part of the original plan, a lot of the townhomes are located on that additional 7 acres that are zoned R9. I was going to show you once again, the perspectives of the project. This is the retail component at the corner of Graylock Ridge Road Extension, Town Center component, and East John Street. I'm looking at the ped crossing at East John Street back into the Town Center component. These are the townhomes. Now, these elevations, Commissioner Tufano, have not been updated to reflect the 8 feet in depth. They're going to have to work on those, but that will be a commitment in the zoning plan. And this is just some more images that you've seen. This is the intersection from the new road from John Street's down here, plan left, and this is a commercial building, and then this is the proposed C-store with the gas pumps to the rear, and then this would be the front that would face the traffic circle. The elevations would have to be approved by the board for the C-store and the commercial component. The only elevations for which the applicant is seeking approval this time are the elevations for the townhomes and the multifamily dwellings. And then these are some of the multifamily perspectives. This is anything you want to add about the
they're all proposed. I guess my name is Jeff Smith. I represent Williger Pappas. We'll be developing the multifamily component. We've developed a number of projects throughout Charlotte and the Carolinas, including some in neighboring towns such as Stallings. We developed Solus Chestnut Farm and Solus Waverly. We always try to make our projects fit the site and location. The 4 buildings you saw on the site plan here are proposed to be 4-story. A couple of them make up for the grade. We'll step down to 5-story, close to the creek. That was principally in response to comments we received from staff and some of the commissioners that we were creating too big a wall along the creek, and it created a barrier. So instead of a wall, in order to reduce the wall height, we use the buildings to step down closer to the creek. I thought I'd just address one of the comments that came up from Jay during his presentation, which was, we see this as an extension of downtown. It's a mile from downtown Matthews, which we believe has great attributes to it. It'll be very desirable to our future residents. Not only will they benefit from the jobs and the retail and the commercial that's being developed by Flat Purser here, but they will benefit from all that's in downtown Matthews, and therefore we see this as a different site than Sante Matthews. It's where more density should happen. So there's more 24-hour traffic to the downtown. And that's one of the reasons we proposed to doing 4-story buildings here, was to bring more people living within walking distance of downtown.
We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. We've got the team here.
I had a question, Jay mentioned during the presentation, the town's desire for right of way.
Yes, sir. That was in our chart. We would dedicate that in our charge.
The additional.
Yeah, it's the area. Yes, sir. It's the area for which you do not currently have right of way, Mayor. I can show you what that is. And just to clarify, I don't know if it's Commissioner Garner, the NCDOT took the land to the north that it wasn't part of this rezoning, but the applicant owned it. And we were actually in a meeting with Jay, and Jay said, the NCDOT took that property, and we looked it up and they filed a notice of action. So that was something that just occurred.
Got a couple of comments. Positive. I think the affordable housing program is a good start. Part that I'm significantly less excited about is the phasing project. In conversations I've had with Jay and others, the notion that you have to have the multifamily there to get people to I think is a little ridiculous. This is one of our busiest roads in Matthews, right off of the interstate. So I have some real concerns there. I do think that I have a serious concern that it'll never be built. And we're just gonna have a bunch of multifamily, a bunch of townhomes, and then no amenities for the current residents. So I would like to see that being moved to the forefront of this project. Be one of the first things built, to give myself, I think, the planning board and our board more comfortability with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jay, could you pull up the site plan for the zoning? I want to see where the R9 section overlays with the master plan.
Is this what you're referring to, Commissioner Connell?
Yeah, where does the R9 portion? I don't have my long range glasses on.
Are you looking for this, the currently approved plan, or the zoning map?
The zoning map, I guess you would call it. I want to know where the R9 plots of land is that you're asking for rezoning.
So the R9 is, if you can see this little gap here,
Right.
That's the right of way that the town currently has for Graylock Ridge Road Extension. So that's where that would go, Commissioner Tufano. And this is the R9 portion that's in yellow.
In the yellow. Okay, so my question is, and it was sort of a rhetorical question asking you where it was, is it possible that this project can move forward without that R9 property? In other words, you already have an MUD zoning for a bulk of the land.
If anything's possible, I mean, we have to talk about this. I don't think it's preferable for the applicant. They wanted a mixture of diversity of housing product here, Commissioner Tufano. But the change of conditions for the mud, the applicant feels like that yields a better plan than what's currently approved. It's also a reduction in the commercial.
How many acres is the R9?
It's 7 acres.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Want to reiterate what Representative said regarding the affordable bit, 10% townhomes, 80 years. Very nice, very significant. I've always been concerned that affordable have time constraints that are unrealistic. Prior before the virtual orders of 80 years. I might make it that long right now. I for one, I asked about the trail. I didn't see that trail paved all the way through the project. They're going to have a money path. Many people walk out and a money path. That's not nice. There are other comments? Your thoughts?
Yes, Jay, although it hasn't anything to do with this particular piece of property, but what's the future plans on the other side of 485 for the north and south of John Street?
So, just so in the, just the other quadrant. So if you were eastbound, I guess that would be the north side. There's been
on the Stalling side,
right
485.
So there's land that's been for sale for the past 5+ years. We know the developers, have been actively pursuing it, but we have not received a rezoning application as of this time.
Okay, so there are no plans on the north or south side. And I guess it's not called John Street out there. 45, it's Monroe Road.
Old Monroe Road. Monroe
Yeah.
Road. We have one. Well, we have a zoning rezoning almost down at the county line this evening. Just one small office building.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But no major.
None officially submitted yet
At this time.
at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Hendrick is across the railroad. Yeah.
Thank you.
German, did you have a comment?
Okay, here in town, we are currently experiencing stormwater issue, and you are now requesting bigger development, and you are also wanting a reduced stormwater master plan. Can you explain why you're wanting that?
Richard is out of town, but I'm not aware of that. Mr. Higgins. Yeah, I'm not questioning you, but I don't have any information on that.
Okay, well, I have all the documents right here for questioning it, just as, not worried about the land swap that was done. I am aware of what everything here, but all I've asked is why are we requesting for the bigger stormwater? I don't understand that when we've got a bigger development. And we have issues in this town right now with stormwater problems. And I'm wondering what, by doing this, what will it cost? Because you're going bigger, but you want to reduce it.
Well, flat person, 1302 Chatsworth, Charlotte. In talking to Richard, I'm not aware of asking for that. So my last question to him was, in addition to the couple of stormwater ponds that are shown on the plan, everything else has to be underground. And so they're working with those calculations and they're working with the county. So I'm not aware of any requests, but we'll find out. Yeah.
Sure.
Mr. Garner?
Sure, where did you find information from?
I haven't done it all. I'm still waiting for Charlotte to respond. But I have requested on public records and in here, the county's aware of the stormwater. Maybe Becky can help with that. In with the negotiations, so.
So Lat, I believe what Commissioner Hoover is referring to is the matter that went to the county that they ultimately signed off on. I couldn't speak to the details of it regarding whether or not it's a reduction, but perhaps you can talk a little bit more with that. With the county that was also.
Yeah, some of the comments initially on stormwater did have relate to, like I was talking to Richard about the hotel. Because of the parking stuff, it will have stormwater, and we addressed how we're going to handle it, all of that. When we went through the land swap with your homes, that had to go back, and it referenced all the approved stormwater and other plans from 15 years ago. And that created some confusion. But basically, in the end, Becky, correct me if I'm wrong, we committed to do whatever stormwater and whatever other regulations are based on today's regulations, not based on 2009. So that topic did come up, as Becky reminds me, in that swap, and it was a little bit confusing, actually.
Okay. Yeah, Susan's on leave for a few weeks. So, so my understanding of it in the emails that went back and forth was that it was the county that had to ultimately sign off and agree that everything would be in compliance with their standards, and then County Matthews agreed that everything was in compliance with the county standards. So the county ultimately signed off on that request from the official, but everything was in alignment
With today's regulations.
Mr. Devon.
Yes, I'm sure you mentioned it once before, but please refresh my, what is the ratio of purchased homes versus rental homes? What is that breakdown again? In the entire master plan?
There are 130 townhomes that are proposed. There are 285 multifamily dwelling units that are proposed. So that would be a little over 2 times. Multifamily units would represent 2 times the number of townhomes that are proposed. The townhomes, at this point, there's no commitment whether they would be for sale or for rent. So that's where the plan stands currently.
So the current plan doesn't have a for sale component to it?
The townhomes could be, it could be.
But at the moment, it does not.
At the moment, it doesn't speak to that issue. Yes.
Okay, I was wondering about that R9 piece, where that, my basic calculations, you could fit almost 25 single family homes on that piece of property back there at R9. That would be an attractive addition, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you.
What else on that question or comment, Commissioner Irvin?
I'm trying to keep it short. I'm going to say that we were talking about this in July 11, 2022. To back up on Commissioner Booth's comment, she's talking about stormwater issues, perpetuity, so to speak. I'm going to talk real quickly to CJ about the stormwater preventative things during construction and the use of PAM and other techniques and technologies. And circle back on that whole conversation, Sante project that talk to those infrastructure measures during construction, because not only do we have sort of post stormwater runoff issues, it's when we're under construction, how the storm and how those bed for long, yes, the turbidity and check that off. I'm going to my list here. If you're going to do porches, then I think I need to know better about the elevations at which townhomes are rich, because as you move private realm porch closer to the sidewalk, you're now doing a commingling of spaces which shouldn't occur. In terms of you need to be raising those porches up 12 to 18 inches to create that level of public to private to semi-private spaces. That's very important. The renderings show it as pancake, and so there is no visual, vertical, horizontal separation there that makes for a good. And that's just one. I understand where future schools coming from. I tend to agree. I don't know if it's phasing in front of or behind or it's a percentage of, but I agree there's an issue. That you can be stuck with. The affordable component on townhomes is good. I'm wondering, discussion of the board. Harder stance on the affordable. I'd really like to have someone explain to me, not tonight, why 80% AMI for 10 years and not in perpetuity. So I'd like to have that sort of benefit of the board handled. I think to go to the mayor's point, anyway, doesn't go all the way through in this paved or properly treated, but first of all, you're not getting effective use of the entire greenway. People are going to go like, oh, that's it, stops, and then get off of it. I think that goes to my larger point. And we've had all these discussions. In the macro level, the high 30,000 foot level of this project, I don't see intertwining, the work and the weft of the fabric coming together on this project. And created nice little open park spaces in some of these areas, but then you got to sort of traverse across the parking lot to get back to the greenway. So there's opportunities here that can fall down. I know we all looked up Sanpay, and I'll tell you why. I won't say every detail was thought through, but the level of execution knocked our socks off. And right now, the level of execution here is not socks off. There's some really great components, but they're not there yet. I like the modulation of Sanpay of all the different, talk about diversity of housing. Well, we've got two types. We've got townhomes, multifamily. We're missing the middle from that standpoint. And both can be done. There's a gentleman sitting in this audience who did it 2 months ago. So I think there's that. I mean, this is a very special, unique lake with such gateway into Matthews. And right now it's several components that all reside next to one another that may or may not speak to them. So I'm more than happy to get this down the planning. And I hope I'm going with them. I'm encouraged to hear what they have to say as well. Let me just check my last few notes. It's really about the integration. It's really about taking possession of that greenway and making it part of that community and getting together. And right now, it's that way. It improved, but
Mr. Chairman, the plan that we were going to file after the hearing would make the affordable duration for multifamily 15 years, not long 10.
well, I still like to have an understanding of why people are putting these percentages on it, because it's 5, 10 versus 15 versus 25. I don't get it. So there must be an answer to it somewhere. And it may be, oh, hey, when you sell the project, next guy doesn't want to be on book for it. I don't know. But someone's got to be able to do the thing, because we really want to make it dense. It's fine to have 10%, but 10% after 10 years, that ain't doesn't sound good. And my thought is, inflation generally goes up. Well, that AMI is going to continue to go up. Sure, it's not like you're stuck forever at $1,100 per month, right? So I just, I'm curious as to why that is. It seems that everybody's doing it. I guess I'm putting the line in the sand. I don't know why.
I think just add to that comment, Commissioner Capano, Commissioner Hoover, and myself, at the Hoover County Planning meeting. They're in session here, and I think I was kind of Hoover. We're seeing what some of our citizens in the county are doing as far as affordable. And we're really behind the 8 ball here in Matthews. Davidson getting 12.5% affordable for every new project in town, in perpetuity. So we compare ourselves to other towns in the county, we're maybe not doing as much good in that realm.
And phosphate engine, we can't do.
So, anything you can do with that? What I'm hearing when I talk to the other elected officials, I certainly don't want to speak for anyone, but I heard people tonight, and I think some others in private conversation. I think we all have a little bit of heartburn about the speculative nature of the commercial component. We don't want to build a bunch of apartments and townhomes. That's all there is. So anything you can do to adjust the phasing or to guarantee some of this other stuff is going to come on board at some point. Very helpful. Mr. Clark.
Since we're getting close to closing this discussion, I think I just want to reiterate that I would like to see some single-family dwellings, detached homes in this complex somewhere. To Commissioner Irving's point, talking about the Santé project where there was that mix of all those different types of housing. I don't think we're seeing that in this particular proposal. So thank you very much for considering that, and I hope to see something like that in this presentation. Thank you.
Commissioner Garner.
Not to harp on the rest, but I'd like to go back to that chart and we went through it pretty quick, and I'm not that fast of a reader, so I can see some of those numbers again.
Which one you'd like to see?
Okay, well, I see that now, comparing the 2009 trip generation to today, with more housing comes less traffic. And
So there's a couple different things that are in play here with development. When you have a true mixed use development, you're having a mixture of uses. The mixture of uses creates internal capture in between those uses, right? So if you're a townhome, you can go to the town center. You don't have to walk, or you can walk, ride your bike, however you want to move through there. Same thing with going downtown. You're within a mile. It's an easy walk. It's pretty level to get there. So the development as proposed considers those elements playing off of each other, following the guidelines from NCDOT, and the internal capture between those is what's creating the uses. You'll also notice that the trips do come down because your office number is coming down significantly, as well as your shopping center. I would point out though, as we look at this, if you add up the 150, the 90, and 3.7, you'll get a total of 243,000. So this is a conservative analysis. We're over a little bit with additional trip generation just to account for adjustments that may be that may happen in development associated with that. Proposal called out for 240,000 mixed commercial and office. One thing that's not in the traffic study and has been discussed quite a bit with town staff is the importance of walkability, given its proximity with 4 Mile Greenway, how that ties into this. The analysis does not consider any reduction for bicycle and pedestrian. So we didn't take any trips off associated with that. And we also were able to work with NCDOT. We're getting their final approval, but we've been working with them to get the Hawk Crossing on East John Street, which I know working with engineering, Susan, has been very important for her. We looked at a variety of different options there. How does that work? If you'll recall, NCDOT's plan called for the crossing to go all the way down to Graylock Extension for 4 Mile, then cross the street and come back up. What I told her, and I said the same thing to NCDOT, as well as that pedestrians take the path of least resistance. And so having that crossing is going to secure a safe crossing for pedestrians using that. And there's a lot of use. I went out there and watched it this evening. There was quite a bit of activity that was there. So all those things are going to help bring about a more balanced mobility plan for this.
I have some concern about what you said, because of the portion that has been taken by DOC, and especially not knowing why DOC took that portion. But that particular lot has a big trench in it, and there's no sidewalk there.
Sure.
And when you were talking about you specifically, but just in general, talking about walking on John Street, you don't have a sidewalk, you're not going to walk up.
Right.
And so, that not having that sidewalk connect from this property to the sidewalk on John Street, these people are gonna get in their cars and drive downtown.
We just found out about that. We're working with the DOT to understand what that truly means, is that they're going to use that as a repository so that it levels that area out for fill. We don't have the details yet. We have asked that question, so we should be able to get you an answer as soon as we can hear back from DOT on how that's being utilized.
That's a big,
Sure.
a big concern.
Understand.
And even on the other side, there's not a sidewalk all the way down. So it's not like people just cross the street. Take the path to get to downtown. It does mean, in my mind, knowing people who live in the neighborhood, just it feels safer and it's more comfortable to get in a car and drive, and that's exactly what we're trying not to do. On John Street.
I agree totally, and I think that the design of Graylock is going to help change that mindset, that you can be able to connect up, cross into Charles, go down into the Crestdale community and come out into the heart of downtown. And that's a much more comfortable walk than East John Street because the volumes are different. And so that trail connectivity, which was something that was required in the traffic study for us to look at, I think you're going to see the gravity of pedestrians want to go that direction instead of East John Street, just because, again, they like to take the path of least resistance, and it's going to feel easier for them to do that.
I don't want to think,
No worries.
but having walked Charles Street and had a quarter off the road on Charles Street, I think the grass separator on John is more comfortable. But, the future Graylock Ridge is a selling point here because it's a part of our traffic modeling study that shows that we do not need to widen. So that is a big selling point. But I do want to understand where what's going to happen with that lot, and then understand a little more about, looking at these buildings, it doesn't look like any of them are big enough to be like a supermarket. So you're talking about smaller retail and things like that. And so that would have a difference for attraction.
And those details can be worked out. You'd be surprised at what grocery store footprints and just the retail market in general is wanting to move into. Gone are the days when we used to do rezonings for 250,000 square foot Walmarts. And so smaller is attracting more people because it's more affordable and it's easier to market and retail. And you can generate just as much foot traffic in those as you can in a larger footprint. So that's not my, the retailing is not my specialty, but that is what we're seeing in a national trends, at least from the transportation side as well.
So maybe that was a question for the day. Thank you.
Yes.
This has been a long ongoing project, but my memory is short. Do we have any retail that's not allowed for further? There are any.
You're talking about the proposed list of allowed uses. Do you guys have that ready in your?
So I know that fast food restaurants are prohibited per se. We have a list of allowable uses. So if the uses are specified, I can get that.
You want to pull that up? Give us a minute or two.
I would like to be reminded.
Okay, give us a moment.
For doing that, I make a comment regarding the park people. Don't think that's fairly insane. My nephew's not that church with some regularity. I've seen people get great regularity. They're walking across and cars just speed right through and are shocked that they're not stopping. So I'll talk to Susan. We may need to do something in addition to the hog people because that's not stopping people. They don't stop. They're walking across the road and just keep on trucking. I think you're liking your own hands. I don't think that's the be all end all for safety and crossing. It's helpful, but it's not for sure. See too many near misses. I'm sure Commissioner Nassano has to do this right now.
Absolutely. With that, last meeting, I asked if any one of you had stood at Graylock and John Street and looked to the east between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, and not one of them had. Had anybody taken that step since? No. Okay. Having something of this magnitude at that intersection is extremely worrisome to me. If anybody can do that, if you would please take the time, this is your development, take the time to stand there and watch as far as the eye can see, traffic backed up, waiting to come into John Street between those hours. To have this kind of magnitude on this spot can have nothing but a major negative impact on the traffic in that area. And I cannot tell you how worrisome this is to me. That's all my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner.
Commissioner Spino, I certainly understand that. But again, to remind you, there wasn't an approved plan prior to this one. So what we have to do is find a solution that is better than the previous approved plan. Whereas
It's up there and read it.
And I think part of that will be looking at, but, and as far as the hybrid beacon, so also see the crossing on John Street and see how, it makes me nervous, but if you do look at the layout on this plan, it is at least 2 stoplights, so it won't be traffic flowing through there like it is now. There will be some slowing down, and then it looks like there's a sizable median. Those are things that I would like to see, not just as a drawing, but committed in writing them. If we approve this project.
That's pretty much.
Well, just like this, I appreciate that. I would point out with the improved John Street, the 4-lane dedicated turn lanes, all that backup would be greatly reduced. Also with Graylock, traffic would come in and be able to circumvent going downtown. All of this is coming together. That's always one of the challenges. Most times these things come together at different stages. So this, what's being done with Graylock, John Street and all that together is going to make a significant improvement on how traffic flows. It will not back up nearly as far apart. You got 4 lanes and you got dedicated turn lanes.
Real quick technical question on the town homes. Are they going to individually use it in one building? Being like a 6-pack or meter center?
Keep them true homes. They will be.
Usually we'll have policy one. I believe Raleigh is doing something to do with 4 plexes and 6 plexes in the building code and moving them residential arena and getting them commercial. So just FYI, it seems to be probably a super looking to do it up to moving some things around to help some folks out.
Additional questions or comments from elected officials on the planning board?
I have a quick transportation question since we've got all the experts here. I have heard in the past that there's an expectation Weddington Road interchange will reduce traffic on John Street. Just wondering if we believe that to be true, and if so, the states.
Yes, it will take traffic off because traffic is currently coming up and circulating around through downtown. We'll have the ability to use the new interchange there. The forecast that we were required to use from the CDOT has that baked into there, as well as the extension of McKee Road. How that traffic, which will connect up and take traffic off of downtown Stallings or the Stallings area, how that's going to bring traffic up. All of that had to be baked into the overall analysis and forecast associated with this. We used their forecast. It wasn't that we went out and captured our own counts and did the analysis. We used NCDOT's analysis for consistency as we made through all of this, because it's building, that one slide that had all the different projects, all of those are contributing, and to point out the interchange is part of that. It's the one that's, yes, it had the earliest start date and still under construction. But it will, I think.
Okay, for you. Some of the bridge that you're going to build between, almost like, is that the only connection between for the cars? Would be that somewhere through? Yeah, that's, yeah, you can see right there on the site plan.
So is that 2 lanes?
There's 2 lines.
Is it gonna have a sidewalk on both sides?
Yes, it is.
It seems like that's gonna get a lot of traffic, people going the wrong one, going, "Ooh, we need to go down to this one," and probably gonna be pretty busy, so be worried about pedestrians and bikes on that road as well.
The rendering almost looks like a one-way road. But any other comments or questions from the planning board? Then we have at least one person in the audience who'd like to speak. Name and address for the record.
Thank you.
Say your piece. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and the board for allowing me time to speak. I'm Jennifer Lynch. I live at 7621 Graylock Ridge Road. I've actually lived there since October of 2007. I'm writing in opposition of this proposed changes in zoning and conditions for this Matthews Gateway. I chose Graylock because of its close proximity to the downtown area, the greenways that were being built, which we love, we use them all the time, and the area schools. The overall charm of the small town feel is what brought me, and now I have a 12-year-old, and we love this area. The proposed changes is not consistent for what I see being a good project for the area. I see John Street as the gateway to downtown Matthews, where that small town feel is and hopefully will remain. I am reading off my letter, but I'm going off script a little bit. Over the past few years alone, you can't go anywhere in the Matthews area without seeing these huge apartment buildings. Go to Target. You used to be able to ride safely across 74 to do various cycling. There's piles of apartments there. You go up towards the Walmart area, piles of apartments. I believe this is losing some of the community feel that we here have in Matthews. I also believe there might be a potential decrease in the market value of these surrounding developments being apartment and townhomes. I know we talked a lot about the traffic. There will definitely be a morning and afternoon increase. I've stood on the corner of Graylock and John Street because I live on Graylock Ridge Road. I feel like I take my life in my hands sometimes, pulling out of the neighborhood, or even crossing that pedestrian walk that goes to East John, because we ride on that greenway to go to the sportsplex. There's also going to be a potential for an overcrowding for our local schools. My son goes to Crestdale. This year alone, he's had 2 math teachers. There's other classes where they're on their 4th ELA English teacher. So they can't even retain the teachers that they have. And the class sizes are very, very high. I'm also concerned about the destruction of green space, even though there's green space on here. We've seen on some recent projects in the area where we're not going to take down trees, but oops, we've made a mistake. Can even see one up in the downtown area now for the new development where they took one of the older trees. I'm also concerned about the proposal of the gas station. It's that little corner one, I believe it's item 10. I know we're calling this the north side of 485. Since this is more residential, and I do miss the gas station that we have in close proximity, I would be willing to go to the south side of 485. I just believe that's going to also increase some traffic. And as a resident of Graylock, we already have a lot of cars turning into our neighborhood, which is a dead-end neighborhood, thinking that they can utilize it as an output to another area of Matthews, or they utilize it a lot for the Greenway, as it is, because we have several connections to that Greenway. I'm also, I know you spoke about the 5-story apartment. That's crazy high. If you're going to build something, please make it conducive to what we already have in the Matthews area. Red brick, simplistic craftsman style that we also have within the downtown area. Again, huge apartment buildings that are already being put up across the Matthews area is starting to become an eyesore and taken away from that small town feel that we already have. So please, I urge you to disapprove these proposed changes and work with the various groups that want to update this Matthews Green Gateway to fit our small town Matthews feel and to consider the feelings of the neighbors of the area that will be greatly impacted by this proposal. Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, is anybody else in the room care to make any comments in favor or against? State your name and address for the record.
Excuse me, I'm Pat Robinson. I live at 518 Deer Creek Drive. I spoke at the last meeting, lived here since 1972, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and I just want to tell you that the last meeting, Billy Michelli and I, we only got out like about 3 days. We only went to houses maybe 2 hours a day. And we got over 100 people, and everybody I talked to is against this project. The people at Graylock says they can't get out at all. They cut through the other development to get out, and everybody has to get to Sadie Drive to even get out, because if you go anywhere in our development, then you've got to go out on John Street. So we are just completely, this is no good. It's not good at all. And we've got a petition asking you please to say no to this, that R9 can stay R9 and they can put single family homes there. We do not need multi-family homes. We do not need townhomes. We have plenty of those in Matthews. So please, please, I'm going to present this to Lori. Please say no to this.
Anybody else in the audience?
My name's Martin. I live on 425 Pinecrest Drive. That was my mother-in-law. Was looking at this, and I'm seeing 2 extra stoplights from the Graylock Ridge to the 485. That's 3 stoplights within 3/10 of a mile. What's that going to do to our traffic? They said 800 morning, evening. It'll be more than 800 cars coming in and out of that development. It's going to be more and probably 1,000. I mean, you're looking at 565 livable, including the hotel, 415 townhomes and multi-unit. Average, what, 2 cars, 800 cars coming in and out. Commercial, retail. I think those are low numbers that the guy presented, because the developers paid him to come out here and give you the low numbers. And let's be real, it's called the elephant in the room. He came out here and gave you low numbers. Those numbers are gonna be a lot higher. It's gonna cause a lot of traffic. You're calling it what, 2-lane, 4-lane road? It doesn't matter. It's gonna be a lot of issues. Pedestrians in and out of that greenway, trying to cross the road where they said, push a button. We've seen in downtown Matthews where you have the lights light up. People don't push that button to let people know people are walking across the street. I mean, how many times have I driven by and people are walking and I almost hit them too? I mean, it is what it is. We don't want this development. I mean, it's small town feel, like the other young lady said. This is going to lose it when you come off 45. You see the housing developments coming into the city. You're like, okay, this has a little small town charm to it. Even though their renderings are beautiful, beautiful structure that they're wanting to present to you guys and build. But we're going to lose that small town feel, even more so coming in at another main intersection, another main street coming into the city. All the other main roads coming in have lost that small town feel. Let's be real. I don't know how many commissioners and mayor developers drive that intersection on a daily basis. I'm morning and evening and multiple times, because I'm in sales, I'm driving up and down that road. Traffic is nonstop all day long. It's not morning and evening traffic, it's all day. This is not going to be good for the area. Yes, it's going to bring money to the city, right? Yeah, great. Let's bring money to the city. There's other ways to do it besides this. I wish you guys would really come up with a better, I like Mr. Capano's idea, single family homes in there. That would be less traffic, probably more of a small town, keep the small town feel to the city, maybe a couple commercial. We don't need this big 56-acre development going in.
What about the wildlife? How many times you've seen deer hit up and down 485 in this vicinity? Where this deer going to go there? We know there's deer there because I get them in my yard all the time. What about the coyotes we can't take care of? What about the raccoons? I mean, we've got a lot of wildlife that's going to lose their homes because we're wanting to put people in this and steal from them. Who's going to stand up and talk for the wildlife also? That's all I have to say.
Pull up the comparison between the two projects. I think it was, comment on that. I just want to stop and there may be more comments, but to make it clear that there was a plan approved in 2009 for the same developer. And so in that plan, the land is no longer going to be family home. So 14 years ago, they decided that was 14 years ago. And so what we are looking at, and I would love to hear comments about if you prefer, what the plan was in 2009, how you feel about that versus what they're proposing now. But I don't know much about the construction industry or what the inclination is, but somebody's been sitting on property for so long, they want to do something with it, and now is the time that they're coming forward to do something with it. So I would love to hear, whether you prefer the 2009 plan or the plan now. But those are our choices at this point. I would love to see single family homes on this corner too. I live maybe a mile from you, and I'm not saying please don't tell us your thoughts on this, but I am saying, it's heartbreaking to think that there's hope that this could be single family housing because it's already past that point. And it was past that point 15 years ago.
Mr. Kapana.
Yeah, I'd like to carry through on this. There's a single family component that's missing. I made a comment about that before. So I want to throw out a suggestion. And I'm going to ask Jay this question. If the R9 stayed R9 and put single family in there according to that zoning, and the rest stayed MUD as it is, would we even be having this discussion?
Yeah, so the layout has changed, some of the property lines have shifted. The change of conditions was required, as you've seen in the table here. So the commercial and office has been reduced significantly. So the numbers for multifamily have gone up. So yeah, we still have to have this conversation.
Yes, and I knew what that answer was.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure the public knew. But
Right.
I want to actually make this recommendation, is that there is a single family component. They're asking for R9 to be rezoned to MUD. Why not just put the single family component in the R9 section and go ahead and develop the rest? And I think that would go a long way in satisfying a great deal of people, and it would add the component back that's severely missing: single family ownership homes in this property. I just want to throw that out as a suggestion, and hopefully they'll take it under consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience care to speak in favor or against this proposal? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and the board. My name is William McChesney. I live in Graylock, 1121 Forts Lane. And Matthews has something special. It's special, but we're losing that. And I know prosperity is important, but at what cost? I raised my children here, and now I cannot get out of my development. And it's just going to make the traffic so much worse and so much more dangerous. And it's all going to we're losing our small town. We're losing the special part of what Matthews is. And I love this town. I'm like I said, I raised my kids here, and it is Matthews is special. And if we keep building all of these huge developments, we're going to lose more of that specialness. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak in favor or against the zoning application? Maureen, do we have anybody online who's indicated?
No.
we understand you got 2 additional letters. Multiply, well,
And so the 4 letters that we had submitted to be read aloud is from Kylie Wilson, who writes. My name is Kylie Wilson and I live at 122 Rockwell View Road in Matthews in the Greylock neighborhood. I would like to express deep concern regarding developers and plans that are designed to take effect and ultimately negatively impact my community. We moved to Matthews in 2008 for a large list of reasons. The top reasons were desire to raise our children in safe environments, easy access to green space, focus on an area that had a small town community feel, and to give our children a better education than what we felt we could get in Florida. When we moved into Greylock, our developers, Ryan Holmes, didn't inform us that there would be a development across the street in the near future. 15 years later, the land across from us has still to be developed and Matthews has exploded in growth. I have almost been in multiple car accidents attempting to make a left out of our neighborhood. When we moved in, we were told that a light would get put in at the front of our development. This option seems to have been scratched and overlooked numerous times. A light is desperately needed, not only to make a left out of the neighborhood, but also to ensure the safety of the pedestrians that are attempting to enjoy the greenway. Which leads me to my next issue. The greenway was developed so that people could get outside and move and enjoy green space and be active. The proposed new greenway expansion running behind buildings is atrocious. Who wants to look at more cement while they're trying to enjoy nature? The town has consistently allowed for the destruction of trees and greenery throughout Matthews, which has suddenly to no end. We specifically moved into our neighborhood, into our development due to all the trees and outdoor space. The area around the highway is just awful, and it used to look beautiful even with a highway running through it. I understand the need to bring in tourism and money to our town. What I don't understand is why the board has allowed so much destruction of trees and green space. On top of our green space shrinking, the small town feel that had Matthews is disappearing. Any developer that creates a design within Matthews should be focused on not only bringing money to our town, but also to maintaining a small town feel and sense of community. A large increase in multi-use housing will not create this feeling. There are not enough jobs in the area to support so many individuals. This will lead to the majority of people commuting. Traffic is so bad as it is with no resolution to date. The idea that one-way streets with no roundabout or lights is just crazy in my opinion. John Street is a nightmare on a daily basis. Some of the current buildings with shops cannot keep permanent tenants. And this developer wants to put in more retail, who can afford the rent? I believe that I also saw a proposal for a 5-story apartment building. There's no small town feel with that. How's this area going to support all of those people? What about all of the children that come in to all of the new housing? I think that I saw a number of projected increase in children to be 141 kids. Who gave that person statistics? People are living multi-generational due to cost, and many low-income families have numerous kids due to more reasons than I care to discuss in this letter. Our schools are already overcrowded. Teacher retention is an issue, along with schools' overall performance. Even with all of that, people will still flock here because despite our school district increasing in performance, it's better than the west side. On to my last point. I saw a proposal for a small hotel that would not be an extended stay. They are pleased that the hotel would not be an extended stay, but realistically, do we need a hotel? I seriously doubt that it would be utilized as projected. Independence is one exit out. Please do not support the developer's proposed plans. Please consider keeping as much green space as possible and having that space give them one sense of being directly in touch with nature. Please do not allow so many housing structures or structures over 3 stories into this area. Can you also please give Greylock Ridge Road a light, as was promised so many years ago? Widen John Street, but with a median down the middle that has green space within the median, such as what is in Gray Road. Next letter is from Tammy Vernon, who writes, please accept this letter as my public comment from Matthews Gateway Development Project. I am a homeowner in the Greylock subdivision. My husband, children, and I have lived here over 13 years. We moved from Charlotte to Matthews with toddlers and hope for great schools, hope for walking and biking paths, hope for a safe community, hope for a small town environment. Before purchasing in late 2009, I scoured all details on Matthews Gateway and other planned developments in town vision. They were encouraging. I envisioned my kids biking to the sportsplex to watch soccer games and playing beach volleyball with their friends. Something happened along the way besides the real estate crash and COVID. The plans changed drastically. I expect delays and changes, but the current proposal is far from the approved 2009 plans and far from the vision the town of Matthews publicizes and elected officials touted in their campaigns. I am requesting the Board of Commissioners say no to the current plans. My main issues with the current proposal are
a gas station in a highly residential area. This will significantly increase traffic on this side of 45 in an area where the town is doing all possible to preserve the John Street corridor and not let it become a super street. It will increase safety issues for those trying to cross John Street, specifically for walkers and bike riders, which is in direct conflict with the majority of the envisioned Matthews survey results. A gas station is much better suited on the other side of 45, which is becoming more commercial, not residential. Then 5-story apartments. The height does not fit with the existing downtown Matthews streetscape. The majority of buildings are 2-story with a few 3-story. This keeps the buildings at or below mature tree height. Bexley apartments look huge in the winter, and those are only 3 stories. If apartments are a must, they should be limited to 2 or 3 stories only. Then increasing living units from a max of 220 to over 400. Traffic, and more traffic. Projected school enrollments is often understated when in a decent school zone, leading to even more overcrowding. There are additional safety issues with more people and more traffic. I believe a mix of patio homes, townhomes, and small 2-story condos would be a much better fit for the area with no more than the previously approved 220 units. Then, missing greenway. A sidewalk that passes behind buildings, through parking lots, and beside streets is not a greenway. The greenway should be maintained along the sewer easement with trees maintained on both sides. The greenway should be safe to travel on bike or foot from Matthews Community Center all the way to the sportsplex without having to maneuver around commuters, gas station traffic, and shopping malls. Then focus on housing that community. At a sportsplex, the town of Matthews pushed multiple projects to support bringing people to Matthews to visit, providing small hotel and more restaurants, encouraging visitors to shop for small businesses, and providing educational opportunities. The Greylock Ridge extension and other connector roads were designed for traffic flow to the sportsplex and lowered impact on the John Street and Trade Street intersection while still keeping visitors in downtown Matthews and not just on Independence. The current plans will shift that focus to residential only. This is apparent not only through the increased number of housing units and removal of the educational building, but through the phasing that moves to small business locations to phase 2 in Greylock Ridge extension running through the middle of the townhomes. The 2009 plans maintain the premises of the sportsplex as a tourist and community destination. The new plans do not. I've included links below from some of the past published Matthews vision documents to refresh your memories. From 2005 to 2019, the vision did not change to justify the changes for Matthews Gateway. The current survey comments also do not support the changes. Please listen to your constituents and filled out surveys, not just me, and stop the current proposal. And in that she references our 2005 and 2019 vision statements and the 2023 to 2028. The next is from Kelly Esmayot of Greylock Ridge Road, who writes, "This letter is to express my concern over the proposed plans that have been amended from the 2009 plan. I have lived in Matthews now since 2007 and have lived in Greylock since 2020. My children are teenagers and are able to go to downtown Matthews and walk John Street, and I do not have concerns for their safety due to the small town feel. When living in Matthews, many of the families know each other and frequent Matthews events together. I would like the small town feel to stay and have the safety and security for decades and in the future. The first concern I would like to point out is the increase in size for the residential multifamily units from 220 to 285. While I understand the need for growth, this area is not equipped to handle the number of vehicles or students this multifamily unit will place into Matthews. John Street is a disaster every day and is a death trap for anyone leaving or trying to enter Greylock. The street recently received a crossing with flashing yellow lights that individuals ignore and drive through. Adding more individuals and traffic to this area will make this area even more of a difficulty. Let me add that this is all proposed, but there's still no discussion of a much needed traffic light at the entrance of Greylock. Why I know that motor vehicle death is what it takes to get a light, let us not get to that point. Secondly, the projections of students that will attend elementary, middle, and high school appear to be low, but even at those numbers, it will affect the already overpopulated schools. Crestdale currently has class sizes over 40 due to limited number of teachers and overcrowding. Matthews Elementary School has a building capacity of 800 students and appears to have 843 students enrolled, already causing overcrowding. The properties that are suggested will just exaggerate the issues with no plans for a larger school building. These concerns do not appear to have been taken into consideration. The second major concern is that there is a proposal for a hotel in the area that would have 150 rooms. This would add close to 600 people at any given time, again affecting the flow of traffic and safety of individuals in the area. A hotel in the area would raise safety issues due to the hotel being off a highway in a very transit area. Sex trafficking is already a large concern in the Charlotte area, and it is a proven fact And most sex trafficking occurs in hotels and motels off the highway, making it easier to move people. This is not needed in the Matthews area. The hotel will further take away from the small town feel, dumping many new patrons into restaurants and bars that are loved by the locals. Lastly, the location of the proposed gas station will just further create issues with traffic on John Street. The location for the gas station would be better placed on the opposite of 45, allowing traffic to flow more smoothly. Increase of traffic, the placement of the gas station and no light at the entrance of Graylock will cause an increase in traffic in the neighborhoods and cause safety concerns due to the number of vehicles cutting in and out of the neighborhood to avoid the traffic and inability to turn out of the neighborhood. The last comment is from Jessica Tuller, who is Executive Director of the Matthews Chamber of Commerce. She writes, the vision of the Matthews Chamber of Commerce in part focuses on business advancement and economic growth. This well thought out and comprehensive plan proposed by Lat Mercer in the Matthews Gateway Project will serve to provide residential units to assist in providing housing for those in the workforce in our area. Equally important, it is proposed retail and office space, which will allow for business growth to take place in the Matthews area rather than businesses located elsewhere in the greater Charlotte area. Lat Mercer has taken into consideration not just the large retailers in this plan, but is also proposing cost-effective space for part-time realtors and or entrepreneurs. The Matthews Chamber of Commerce supports the need for a hotel that will serve the needs of travelers as well as those businesses within Matthews who need space to meet. Given the opportunities this project will afford to area businesses, the Matthews Chamber of Commerce is pleased to support this project.
Lori, for reading those comments into the record. The applicant, Mr. Person, Mr. Michael, care to respond to any of the comments made?
Mr. President, decided we appreciate all the comments and we're gonna, we think the new plan, the evolving new plans of superior to the existing plan, we'll continue to work on it. Appreciate your time.
Suggest that we take a 10-minute break. During some
Your agenda items. Yeah, we need to. Okay, where did the agenda go? Off the webpage?
All right, thank you, everyone. We're gonna be quiet. Item B, zoning application 2023-773, Memo to change the zoning for 112 RBS. That certain property designated 1718 Matthews Middle Road and being designated as tax parcel 215-102-16. It's continued from April 5th. Maybe Bennett will give the staff presentation.
And I think this one's going to be slightly less complicated.
Let's go.
It's slightly less. Right, as you said, this is 1718 Matthews Maple Road, and it is a holdover from last month, but it's also something that you saw last year. I won't get to that in a moment, but the existing zoning right now is R12. They're looking.
Make sure your mic's on. I didn't hear you.
We need to do the lawnmowers.
Yeah, very close.
Is that better?
Be loud.
Yeah.
What is it?
So the site is currently undeveloped, and they're looking to put 4 townhomes there. This is the site. As you can see, that's Butler High School right next door to it. There's an apartment next to it. And across the street, we've got some townhomes. The site's around an acre. And again, it's Butler High School and apartment complex. And last year, they had an application before you that she withdrew to bring back a better plan to be more favorable. So this is the site as it is right now. See, there's sidewalk there, and it's just a wooded area right now, and that comes to the high school. And you can see the townhomes that are across the street.
That's on the independent side of the property.
That is on, yes. It is. And I didn't walk out there again this time, but I remember last time, right now, it seems to be a trash receptacle for kids walking to Butler High School. So this is the plan. The last year's plan, there were 5 townhomes. It's been reduced to 4. They've got the parking there. The parking, I believe, was on pads on each townhome last time, but now they just got 10 parking spots there, which is more than is required. These are the elevations for it. And we've got the applicant, I know, is excited to actually get before you tonight after last month sitting through. And they can answer any questions that you have about it. So in the planning department, we feel like there are some concerns, and these came up last year as well, about the queuing for Butler High School. But as Jay pointed out when we were talking about this, with the current zoning, by right, they could probably get 2 houses on there that had 2 accessory structures. So you still have 4 cars going out, 4 homes that could be going out there. And it's twice a day. They're going to have trouble getting out of their the complex. But I don't know, to me, it seems manageable. The land use plan notes that RBS zoning is appropriate for higher density, single family housing options. And the RBS district is an ideal development opportunity for unusual parcel shapes and parcels in close proximity to heavily used roadways. And if you think back to the parcel shape, it is an oddly shaped parcel, and it is very close to. When it went before the Transportation Advisory Committee, they encouraged petitioners to seek cross access with the apartment complex next to it, so they could avoid, I think, getting out onto Matthews. And I did pass that along to the applicant. And also Susan noted that the driveway stand does not appear long enough to conform to driveway standard detail. And grading needs to be considered now for the site layout, and that has also been passed to the applicant. And again, they are here to answer your questions.
What is the unintended consequence of the driveway?
We did give you answer them because I know that I can.
So basically what it is that driveway stem is not long enough. They can back driveway or back traffic up into adjacent drive aisles. I haven't seen a plan, so I'm not sure this exact site, but typically that's the issue.
Thank you. Any other questions for Nadine? There's nothing.
Come on up. Are you bringing up the, I thought you were getting rid of this. Are you going to leave?
I was
it
just
here?
screen sharing for Zoom.
Yes. Hello, Josh Butler with Gateway Design Group, not to be associated with what just happened earlier. Yeah, I mean, this project is pretty straightforward. Regarding the traffic concerns, I think if you look at the average daily trips, the townhomes generate about half as much as a single family. So the trips generated by this are very comparable to putting 2 single family homes on this parcel. The zoning we're going for, the it's R-BS. If you look at the description of it, it describes exactly what this is. This parcel is about 1 acre, with about half an acre is under NCDOT right of way. The driveway stem issue, we're just trying to work with what we have. We did try to accommodate getting some additional parking spaces. I think if we were able to reduce some spaces, we could get a longer stem, but I do feel comfortable that we could show some turning movements on this plan and show it functioning fine. The potential for cross access, I get the idea behind it, but I think that one of the great parts of these townhomes is that you already have road frontage on the front. And so you would generate a nice private home by having the undisturbed open space and the tree save area to the back. If you were to connect to that other apartment complex, number one, it's probably going to trigger a BMP, which the site is already fully maxed out. If you put a BMP, you'd be losing the trees that you're saving and the undisturbed open space. Not to mention creating through traffic and losing the privacy of the homes. So I guess that's my response to those concerns, but I'm happy to consider any other potential issues.
We'll go back to the elevation. You maybe explain some of the materials.
So I am the engineer. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you much of anything about this.
All right.
Did we get that in time for the planning board?
Yeah. Yeah.
We can make sure that we have information on that.
Mr. Capano.
Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch your name.
Josh Butler.
Josh, would you be so kind as to?
Actually, could I break in? We think that the architect might be online right now. I gave you. He's not?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Jessica Michelle.
Apparently he's not on.
Okay, thank you. Would you go back to the site plan, please? Just out of curiosity, what was the reasoning for not putting the parking spaces behind the buildings and allowing a driveway to go to the parking spaces, thereby increasing the driveways down? What was the reasoning behind that?
You're saying more like a private alley coming behind the.
Yeah, put the parking spots behind the building. That way we don't see cars on the road and it gives you a remedy to the driveway stem.
We looked at that initially, but after going through the design, I felt it made more sense to do this. You can also see that the parking lot does have screening, which would meet whatever requirements and shield cars. I mean, per the manual from the highway.
Would you, is it something you would reconsider, or is it something that's not no longer for consideration?
I feel pretty confident that we've worked together with staff to come up with the best plan for this site.
Okay, thank you.
As Jay just pointed out, the last year the plan actually did have the parking in back, and we felt like they lost their backyards that way. I mean, it's nice to have the green space behind, but we actually prefer it this way.
But they would have green space on the other side of the, in other words, I understand that thinking, but I think there's some issues here with the driveway stem that could be resolved.
Yeah, so we have a software that's called Auto Turn, which basically lets you plot a car. We can draw a little car, a nice car on there for you and show you exactly the extent of that car and where it sits. Earlier, the comment about the driveway stem, it sounded like that gentleman hadn't even seen the plan. But I feel pretty confident that that we can show the turning movements meeting the requirements.
Very well, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Irvin?
So it shows something that that's one of the things property where it shows lot lines. So are these units platted as fee simple townhomes?
Good question. I was doing some research. You must have read my mind. So RVS does require a lot platted, so it's considered single family attached in our code. So they're showing roughly 1,500 square foot units. Our code requires a 2,000 square foot minimum. I was just looking at it. So those lots could be projected back to the back property line and enlarged to be 2,000 feet, or they could request a flexible design change if they couldn't meet it. But it looks like they could probably project them back and meet that standard quite easily.
Standards.
Yes.
Classified as a town home. Stipulate for the record, I don't care whether the rent or sale doesn't make difference. I would not be using that as my judgment on this, but how they're applied is important. How are you feeding utilities? Meaning, one water line gets all 4 units, or is it serviced by 4 independent taps?
I don't know that we've thought that far into it, but I mean, we could do 4 individual taps. I don't see why that would be a problem. I think that would
This is
be.
getting, but this is getting to my. This is either an apartment building or townhomes, or these are really townhomes. But I think we need to get that clarified. Connotation, I mean, the big ticket item from that standpoint, how that goes, because that's really important. I said, now let me go to the mayor. Great vernacular. The elevations are very, really hard. I mean, it looks like a brick. You're holding up in midair over top of board and back. If you're going to do a modern building, you do a really good modern building, but I got some work to do. I know you're the engineer from that aspect of it, but frankly, if I'm not mistaken, there's a project that we approved several years ago of smaller duets and triplexes and stuff like that next to Butler, which are more in keeping with the area, but have a modern zeal to them. These are not there.
Member General Cool, I just agree with that. I was not. That was decided. Commissioner Hoover.
Okay. On the other side of Butler, we have a marquee project, there's 52 units. Okay, and then we're trying to understand the driveway standard. What makes that one different from what they're? I mean, I know you've got, it doesn't. That's issue, I guess. And when I'm looking at this, I'm trying to figure out. Not sure.
So you, in comparison to the project that's currently underway on the other side of Butler, like what's the difference in the drive stem?
Can't figure it out compared.
Oh, I see your point. So you have the morning queue into Butler. So you have the right turn, people queue up, and when that backs up and someone wants to exit the site, the concern from Public Works was that cars couldn't get out. They couldn't make a left turn because you're kind of picking your way through stop traffic, and sometimes there can be blind spots. It's different on the other side. Butler. Yeah.
Placements of the driveway.
Mhm. There are some similarities. Yes.
I was just kind of curious. The concern about.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit. You could post signage. I mean, you could have no left turns, during school peak times for the school. The people would just have to turn right if you were worried about potential accidents from left turn movements. That's something that the applicant could post in their parking lot for the future residents. Now, well, whether people obey the signs is another thing.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
you're saying when they come out and they're gonna make that left.
Yes. Yeah, they're blocked in.
Commissioner Whitley. Thank you so much. Maybe.
There are 4. You had 5 in the last submittal last year.
At your parking lot, to go back to the parking lot. Now, are there 2 parking spaces per unit? I'm counting 10 parking spaces.
When they came in last year, they had exactly the number of spaces, I think, for the project. And I know there's always been a lot of discussion about having guest parking. And they have guests, where are they going to park? So they added a couple of spaces for guest parking.
You're saying there's 2 parking per unit?
Plus 2 guest spaces.
So. I heard that. That was satisfied that CJ was talking. There's some space up near the top of park. It's nothing there. If you move a couple of those bottom, come have my head up in those parks. There you probably get 3 more over. Yeah, well, up in it. Got that. Give you parking that will satisfy the driving part. And also, if you don't do right in and right out, because it's not been long since when they did extension there, your apartment, they put an extra lane comes to the stoplight above the school, going down past there. So that's about a year or 2 ago. But if you do a right in and a right out, that will take care of it. I think that we have turns for that. Then they can go down. Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, does the planning board have any questions? Anybody in the room care to speak in favor or against zoning application? Have anybody online that is indicated in favor or against?
No.
All right. Consensus of the board, close this public hearing and send it to the planning board for their May review. All right, thank you. On to the next item, item C, zoning application 22/275, Indian Trail Plaza LLC, to change the zoning classification office CD on that certain property designated 2116 Town Street, further designated as tax parcel 227-131. Also, contains minor zoning.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening once again. This is application 2023-775. The address is 2116 East John Street. This is the location and the current zoning map. It's currently zoned R20. The proposed zoning is OCD, which is the office zoning district. It's currently vacant, and the proposed applicant proposed development of a 20,000 square foot office building and associated parking.
Rob, for the benefit of the public, can you kind of, thank you know, this map orient us where?
Yes, absolutely. So actually, let me just skip forward a couple, because I have this is, I'll go back, but this helps me. The site is currently undeveloped. It's located on East John. It's south of a large Duke power easement, and it's north of Steady Eddie's pump house. Across the street is a single family home, and at the very rear of the parcel are two single family homes in Matthews Plantation. There is a swim buffer that goes through, it's highlighted on this map, that sort of borders the parcel and cuts through it in the back. Now let me go back to our larger overview. So here is the Duke power easement. This is the Matthews Estates, excuse me, Matthews Plantation. I could be wrong about that subdivision, but there's a subdivision that backs up there, Holly Ridge Drive. There's Steady Eddie's pump house. And then as we go down, you can see the county line just right down here, and some other single family and mobile home developments farther south on East John. 485 is up this way, and we're almost right across from the Key Road. CPCC is up in this area. I think I've got that all right, but hopefully you get the idea of where it is now, because it is kind of it's south on John. All right. So this is the site. There used to be a single family house there, but it got torn down. So I just want to touch briefly. We do have the East John small area plan that covers this area and this parcel. It's kind of defined right there with the red circle. We don't have parcel lines on the East John small area map. So, but oops, as you can see, this area is kind of reserved to be residential or like natural buffer area. So what that means is the proposed use is not consistent with the area plan, but there are a number of action items which make this rezoning consistent with the intent of the plan, including these 3 bullet points here. Parking should be located in the side of the rear of the buildings, which I'll show you in a second with the site plan. Natural buffers along Brightmore and Matthews Plantation subdivisions, which I'll show you as well. Properties along East John Street should maintain and create a tree buffer along the road frontage, and parking or vehicular use areas should not be located between buildings and the tree buffer area there. So staff recommends that planning board advise and comment on the overall consistency with the land use plan. This is one of those times when those consistency and reasonable statements sort of come in handy, but it is possible to, and I'll just throw it out there if there's a question, you are allowed to approve a rezoning that's not consistent. But we feel that this is maybe not consistent with the map, but with the intent of their area plan overall. Okay, so here's the site plan. As you can see, John Street is here. There is a proposed NCDOT project, which I will touch on in a little bit, that creates a ball bound on this parcel. So they do have access towards the northern part of the parcel. The parking will be behind the building. The majority of the parcel. Next slide. The majority of the parcel will be left untouched because there's tree shade requirements in the northern and southern part, but then there's also this stream with swim buffer, and the rear part of the parcel is very difficult to access. This is stormwater management in the middle. So these are some proposed preliminary renderings of what the building would look like. It's got porches and doors. The development did not trigger a TIA. It did not, it falls below the threshold. However, as I mentioned before, there is an NCDOT project that is going on East John Street that will impact this parcel. Town and the applicant have coordinated with the NCDOT, and this is their DOT design, and access to the parcel is it's approved by NCDOT. Let's see what else we got here. Connectivity to the southern parcel is recommended in the area plan. And then public improvement variance is required if the applicant does not wish to construct frontage improvements. So I want to touch on that just for a second, because as I mentioned before, the NCDOT project is coming in to install curb, gutter, and sidewalk. But to cross our T's and dot our I's, we feel that the applicant should at least apply for a public improvement variance. Staff would support not improving the frontage because DOT is going to come in and rip it up anyway. Public Works wants, and staff, continued collaboration with NCDOT on the final location of the driveway access. I think we've got that worked out, but DOT sometimes things change. But they do have to grant them access to their parcel, so this is where it's going to be. I think that is all I have for the staff presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Applicant is here to answer questions that the board may have of them.
What is the zoning on land adjacent to it?
Great question. I'm sorry, I just flew right through that. Let me back up to the zoning map, because that will tell us. It's pretty much R20 to the north and R12 to the south. All that green is there's two shades of green, R20 and R12. This
right below the star, the blank green space, what is that?
R12.
R12. And that little notch there in the corner?
R20.
R20. Okay. And is this all, that area under the star there, is that all owned by the same owner? That green shaded area? No. There. Oh. All right, there you go.
Okay. Yes, this is one owner.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
All right, one of the applicant. All right, Commissioner.
Technical question about dogs still have to be off the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner, what was your question in here? What did you say? I didn't hear.
Oh, the building has to be off the street, or it has to be behind it. So when you all were examining this, you go to the site plan. Count how many spaces equal the length of the building, and I count about, it would be equivocate to about 9 or 10, right? And if each space is 9 feet, let's say we have 10 spaces, that's 90 feet long. So that whole graphic is wrong. So I'm not even sure why we're even talking about it tonight, because if the building is 90 feet long, the longest length, the building is 20,000 square feet, 10,000 per square foot. Per floor plate, the building is fatter than it's tall. It's not a good representation. So, I mean, you'd have to keep this hearing open or something. That 20,000 square feet doesn't work. And that means the building box gets much larger, which means the parking field goes back, or it actually encroaches on the driveway, which means you can't even get access to the lot. So there's a technical, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a technical error just on that drawing one. That building, my estimation, that building is 4,500 square feet on floor, not 10,000. And so that really changed the whole game we're having. Makes sense, Jim?
Maybe more appropriate for the applicant to respond to that. Mr. Bottom.
It is a quick question while the applicant's coming up. The land, the unused portion of land, is there any future plans for it?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
The applicant, I'm sure. can answer
Yeah,
that.
there is, there will be a substantial amount of buffer against the 2 single-family lots that are in the rear parcel of it.
But the entire property is requesting to go to OCD, correct?
It is, yes, sir.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Good evening, Nevin Gentry with Urban Design Partners. Thank you for having us tonight. Yeah, I would just like to address this. So as far as we know, what we're showing in the graphic should be correct. We will definitely take that into consideration and go back and make sure our analysis is correct. But you know, we're attempting to keep everything, all the parking behind the building, and keep everything by code, but we will certainly go back and double check and make sure everything works out. Besides it.
And I work with these things. They're not architectural, they're urban design partners.
Now, the Germans are.
I know. It's scrupulous. So the vertical, the long length, you have the number of parking spaces at 9 feet, or even 10 feet. The length of the building is only 90 some odd feet. So I'm maybe it's not a 10,000 square foot per floor plate building. Maybe that's the answer, but it's not right, and it's going to throw you all out of whack in terms of the larger volume on that site and getting it fit, because you're pushing up against wetlands. You've got a stream running through there, so you can't go back much further. And then of course you get your stormwater.
So you are correct. I'm almost certain the building is supposed to be 50 by 100. We just don't have the dimension.
So it's 10,000.
So it would be 10,000.
Okay, so the 20,000 is off the table. We got the 9. Do I hear 20? Do I hear 25? Okay, so now we're in the game. We're at 5,000 square feet per floor. Okay, I can buy this. Now we're in.
I'd like to make a couple comments. First of all, I really appreciate the great tree saying that. That's nice. Been an elected official for 10 years, and I'm probably the least architecturally prescriptive person that's ever sat up on this dais, but not a real fan of your architecture. Can we get back to the elevation? Kind of reminds me of a Howard Johnson hotel. If you painted it blue and orange, kind of has that look. I very rarely ever say anything negative, but it's just not for me personally, it's not very attractive. That's high pitched and architect. But yeah, I've stayed in the Howard Johnson. Yeah, Commissioner Garner.
Are we just looking at the back of this? Rest of this picture? I'm trying to understand how it. Trying to understand what you're saying about the parking lot and the spaces. And I think even in your mind, it makes sense as a visual person, the scale isn't gonna make sense.
Well, they've agreed that the buildings have the size of pitch. So that's all, that's the good news is they were off by 10,000 square feet.
So just block out the parking spaces and then,
Yeah, you block off the parking spaces and about 5,500, it's going to get you to 5,000 square feet. That's more in the game than he's talking.
okay, so this is the back of the building or this is the front of the building?
It would be, and just to clarify, this is not, we haven't landed and said this is what the final product would be. This is just a pretty quick preliminary vision of what we thought could be here. So just to give some backstory on the client. So they're the owners of J&J Custom Homes, who builds custom homes throughout the immediate area, Charlotte region. So the idea is for them to have their office here. So they're not developing this to sell. They own the property. They want to use the property for their company so that they can continue to have their employees come, from J&J Custom Homes and work here and design other custom homes throughout the area. So the building would be more of a similar representation as to what their products are. So not necessarily an office building per se, but more of a residential style office.
I can appreciate that. I do like the color palette. I'm just not a fan of how.
Mr. Herbert? James, that we built one of their custom homes, because it's reading, I see multiple doors, reading this is multi-tenant building, like 4 bays. And so I'm getting office condo reading off of this thing. I mean, build this puppy as a custom home. Get rid of that column in the center. That is the oddest thing I've ever seen. Anyway, show off your work. And I need J&W.
J&J.
Okay.
Yeah.
Using that move.
And to respond to that, I think, we would love to have a longer conversation about what this should look like. I think we really wanted to illustrate more the intent that the idea is this to look residential and not be just your plain Jane ugly office building.
I can appreciate that. Mr. Garner.
Like, doesn't, it kind of dissuades me from this project. But then seeing what they build, I can imagine that being along the road. I'm not sure that a giant home, say, appropriate spot, but something that makes more visual sense of my brain and exactly.
Yeah, I'd like to see an elevation from the front and I can appreciate the residential look and not building a shoebox that looks like an office. Things are blocked. So yeah, I do like the visual interest and if I blend into the surrounding area a little better, if I had some residential feel. But just not that. You have other comments or questions? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when the DOT work is scheduled. It'd be foolish to go in there and have these guys do a lot of improvements and DOT works that come in and destroy. Is there any kind of a schedule set for all that now?
As of right now, we have not confirmed the schedule with NCDOT. This, I think as everyone knows, the projects have been pushed multiple times. So really nothing reliable so far, but again, we do, we intend to submit for the variance because we do know this project is coming sooner than later and we don't want to reinvent the wheel and have them come tear it out as soon as we put it in.
This portion of the John Street has been funded, so it is.
all relative, right? Any other questions from the planning board? Questions, comments, or someone to speak in favor or against this application? That's one in the audience and one in the virtual audience. All right. Again, if it's the role of the board, we can close the public hearings on the planning board. I may come third. Johnson, you're tasked with interpreting how this or not. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. Around. Move on to item D, zoning application 2023-777. Davis to change the zoning from OCD to B1CD on a certain property designated 541 West Charles Street. Further designated as tax parcel 193.1-13.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The applicant, Ms. Davis, has asked for withdrawal of this application. That just came in. That request just came in later this evening before 5 o'clock. So originally it was a continuation, but they're going to take a different approach. So we would ask the board to accept the withdrawal of this zoning application.
So moved.
Second. Urban is second by Mayor. Any discussion? All in favor? Change the text in town code regarding freshly conservation district to change the side yard setback on properties less than 5 acres. The leading requirement that only one intern shall be. Will.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greater Matthews Habitat for Humanity is the applicant, and they have requested 2 text amendments for the CRC zoning district. The first text amendment is to allow for a more moderately sized house on the smaller lots that are required in the CRC zoning district by reducing the side setbacks by 3 feet on each side. So what they're asking for is, well, currently side yard setbacks are 8 feet for a single family home. They are requesting a reduction in the code of CRC to 5 feet total. No, excuse me, 5 feet on each side. Not 5 feet. So anyway, the second text amendment is that they are requesting is to eliminate special design criteria, only allowing a single entrance per duplex in the CRC district, and because all other entrances are to be located on the side of the structure, side of the rear of the structure. The intent here was to allow a duplex by right, which they are in the CRC district, but to have the look of a single family detached structure. So what we're looking to do here is, actually, Jay, if you want to, I just want to point out my highlighted areas. Minimum side yard, once again, would be reduced for single family only from 8 to 5 feet. And single family attached and duplex 2-family dwellings. The request is to delete only one entrance shall be on the front elevation. All other entrances shall be the side or rear of the building. Just a fun note, duplexes are already allowed with a 5-foot setback. So we feel that going to 5 feet for a single family is relatively consistent.
Question, am I understanding correctly, that there would be then possibly 2 entrances on the front, or would they share a ground?
There would be 2 entrances for a duplex. There would be 2 entrances on the front, possibly share a driveway depending on the lot size.
Now, the only comment is, you know, 5 feet, I can go over Levy's. 20 that's pretty tight. Allow in other areas like. Commissioner Capone.
Thank you. Just a rough rendering of what this would look like. Nothing fancy. Just I'm having difficulties visualizing it.
Okay. We can provide that. Not much of an artist, but I can draw boxes. So
that's all I'm looking for.
Okay.
Just trying to get some type of orientation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, actually, the difference between the houses, there's a 5-foot setback for each lot. So it would be a total of 10 feet between the buildings.
Next turn. With this spot is right in front of the church. 13 years ago. Right across there, under the grounds, over to the church side. And the church had to pay, then piping running there, all the way down to Matthew Chapel Road and dumps out on the side there. I don't know how you're going to get it. I'm familiar with the habitat we want to build there. But that lot is very narrow and it goes back into Peck Street. There, I was understanding that we place on the backside and side. There's a retention pond there. That's right next to the void. The other half of that house. So what are you gonna do with retention pond on the side? You can see it from the road. Now, I know it well because the church paid piping. So I don't know if the mayor said we put these restrictions in there so that we would not have to have those houses jam tight like here. 8 foot is not a lot of footage talking about on both sides, so we cut it down to 2. I have no problem with them building it. It's going to have to come in the backside. What do you do with the retention pond that made us put in hiking back 13 years ago? Well, that's my concern.
Yeah, I'm looking at for protection on the out of site specific. And so it applies to the entire district. Right. So not just one lot. So that's just simply a protection. But I'm sure before it gets given, we'll have something to say.
I got it. Mr. Devon, do you require a drawing before we?
No. For the next presentation. Right.
James, when it occurs to me, is there any reason that in this text amendment, you could not have physical diagrams of the combinations you wish to use for the door entrance? Implement Google anything, do the process. Is there any reason you could set up terms rapidly so no one's trying to interpret what you're trying to do? I'm just throwing, I mean, graphics is just so wonderful aspect of it. While you look at those graphics,
It really goes back to what I said about sharing a driveway or not.
yeah, I mean, you can visually see how you get 2 ends, 2 sides, to the center. I mean, there's particular combinations.
There is, and Chapter 160D really doesn't allow a lot of architectural standards for residential. So even saying that doors have to face different directions is something that I'm looking at Charlie as I'm saying this. Really, this is old language that predates 160D, but
Door location.
yeah. Now we could have a diagram, but just I mean, we can add diagrams to the UDO. Just what are we trying to convey? You know, if we're taking this requirement out that the doors on different elevations, that could be on any elevation. Yeah.
Well, no, I'll leave it up for interpretation.
Right.
Commissioner Garland.
There's such thing as a CRC CD.
Yes, there is, but it's not called that. So CRC is a conditional zoning district in and of itself. So it's different from like, say, B1. B1, you have B1 regular and B1 CD. CRC is conditional across the board.
Well, I'm asking that because this is changing what CRC is allowing, right? And I have a concern about this 5-foot side yard. We have a 5-foot side yard side of our house. And I know what comes with property ownership questions come with that. Like, when they're ready to paint the condos next door, they set up their ladders in our yard and kill my plants. And so I have concern with that, that if somebody is changing the zoning for an entire area, while it's because of this one specific property, it would have implications on other lots throughout. And so if there's a way to make this specific to one lot, I would be more comfortable with that than saying like that, yes. It's okay.
CRC has changed. We just upgraded that about 2 years ago to CRC 2. That
Yeah, so it's been a few more years. Kathy was still here. So it used to be a special use permit district, and rather than kind of go through and rezone, you can't rezone without signatures of property owners. So we created the CRC2. We have done some rezonings. I think the church did rezoning at the time. Yes.
But Mark, your question, I think what she's trying to do, only to this, remember those, we just mentioned they dedicated that household. I think that's what put on here on that line. But the entrance should not be from Crestdale. It should be from the back side of that lot. There's a road to go through there, that part of that lot that can come in from that way. Not certainly from the front side because of the retention bond there, and it's there. And I don't know how you get across, because that retention bond will put the catch the water that runs off the hill on the back side.
Any other questions or comments for the planning board? You guys have?
I just have a technical question. Staff. The setback, is it measured from the face of the house, or is it measured from the overhang?
Face of the house.
Okay.
You're
so-
allowed to have a little bit of an overhang.
So you could have they could actually, the 5% setback, you could actually be closer than that for a total. Okay.
Question?
Yeah.
Do we have anybody else in the audience tonight that would like to speak in favor or against this? Anybody online? Anybody online at all?
Yes, there are people, but they don't want to speak.
Like the others, we will close the public hearings and the planning board. Bill. May. Okay. Very good. I entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
Make a motion to reconvene to the regular.
Motion by Commissioner Ponto, second by Mayor. Our regular meeting. All right, let's go on to item 11, planning and development business.
Evening board, Mayor. Got the report from the April 25th planning board meeting. We had a pretty busy meeting that night as well. We got 5 items for your action tonight. The first one is 2023-1, which is Town of Matthews. Change the zoning from BHOCD to an R9 to I2CD on those certain properties located in the southeasterly quadrant of US 74, I-45, the railroad tracks, and the Union County line. And there's a whole bunch of parcels associated with it. I don't think I'll run through. That pretty well describes it. The planning board did hear this, in the public hearing, and it is an exciting project. And we were all excited about the potential of it. But we were also a little concerned about just how open it is. So making something the most intense zoning use has been put in place and kind of not really having too many restrictions on it. So our biggest feedback to the petitioner was to limit the uses that they would put on that property. And they did give us a number of uses that would be stricken. I could go through them all, but there's a good number of those as well. It's part of the package, but that list was pretty good. I think we kind of were also looking for maybe a list of what they were going to do, but I think it's easier to strike the uses. So with that, we did vote unanimously to approve the zoning motion after getting that feedback. The request was found to be consistent with the land use plan and recommendation to consider an employment center in that area of town. Rezoning was found reasonable that it would create a 200-acre development area with potential to bring significant investment and job creation to the town. The next item we had was one that we've heard for quite a while, but it's zoning application 20-766, which is NRP group. Change the zoning on that certain property from R15 to UNT on that certain property designated as 11330 Brakeman Road and further identified as tax parcel 215-081-43. Planning board reviewed the site plan proposal and updated elevations. We've seen those elevations for quite a while. The couple things that we did comment on to the petitioner was could they possibly increase some of the affordable housing component of their project. Thought it was a little bit lacking, and based on your comment earlier today, I think we were right. And the other thing actually was they're doing the greenways, sort of a section between Old 51 or Matthew Van Hill Road and Sportplex Drive. And I was concerned that we're just going to drop them off again, like in front of the bowling alley. So I was curious if the town could work with the developer, maybe work to get that 10-foot sidewalk all the way up to 51. And perhaps they could pay for it and then we could reimburse them. But somehow maybe work that out, because I run that section quite a bit and I'm always out in the middle of the roads. That was one item on it. But after their feedback, we did vote unanimously to approve the request. It's found to be consistent with the family entertainment small area plan by providing new mixed-use development within the area. Change of zoning was found reasonable because the entertainment district was created for this particular use. The next item on our agenda was zoning application 2023-774. That was the text to amend section 155-503-43-.c.3. Food trucks, permit food trucks within the public right of way in front of businesses that do not have their own parking lot or private parking spaces. A couple comments. I did recuse myself from the deliberation on this because the petitioner is a tenant of mine. But the deliberation of the board was pretty much focused initially on the mobile vendor program that Jay had put out, but even that had changed from our packet. And so we kind of had a long deliberation about a lot of things that ultimately didn't really matter, because it came down to would we allow the text to change to have the MVP of the mobile vendor program within the UDO? And that would be something that the town would run and not a particular business owner. So, if it's come down to just a up or down on food trucks, I think it came down to yes. So that the rest of the board, not me, did vote to recommend approval, subject to being paired with the mobile vendor program. The request was found to be consistent with the goal to create and maintain a vibrant environment in the downtown area. Text amendment is reasonable that will allow for the creation of a vendor program that provides for a limited number of reserved spaces for food trucks while preventing or preserving important customer parking permanent business in the downtown area. I think one more comment I'd make is safety was a big issue with us. But
I was going to ask you, what kind of discussions did you have regarding safety?
we had a lot. Taking up parking spaces was an issue. Having people in the right of way ordering food and wandering back and forth and not paying attention. So to me, that I think to the board, I wasn't part of the deliberation, but I think if you pick a spot, you should very carefully look at what spot you choose for such a program. And there are some good spots around town that are not in the right of way that we use now, like Stumptown Park. There's places in Matthew Station, perhaps. So, but again, if we're handing that to town, it took the onus on us was not quite as high because we're really letting town do what the town decides that they want to do. So ultimately, I assume that the program will be pretty much vetted by the board. Any other questions? The fourth item we have is an administrative amendment for Match Point Sports. They're requesting to add a roof structure to 3 existing sports courts located at 2110 Pleasant Plains Road and further identified as tax parcel 227-173-06-08. The planning board heard the request for the addition of a 45-foot tall arch structure to cover the 3 patio tennis courts that were recently built along Pleasant Plains Road. The biggest concern we had was the height and the fact that it is up against Pleasant Plains Road. And so, although we had the ability to, at that board level, we figured you guys would want to discuss that. So, we did find out from the petitioner that he could go lower than 45 feet, minimum 34 feet would work. We made a couple motions, but the final motion that we did make was to ask them to make it lower, but not define the height. So after we got that motion, we did recommend approval. It was 6-1. Mr. Lavender was in opposition because he was advocating for the 34-foot high structure. We did find it consistent with the land use plan as it increased the usability and recreation opportunities for Matthew citizens. Changes were found to be reasonable because it did not significantly impact the intent of the original zoning. And apparently those adult courts are very rare. So Matthews has got the only 3 in North Carolina.
That's a good question. Under your objection, would you thought 34 was too low?
No, I thought we should have recommended 34 because it's something lower than 55. Yeah, our recommendation left you basically decide. So. And the last item we had was a public improvement variance. Rehoboth Church request to waive the installation of curb gutter and sidewalk along Samuel Road and 3700 Margaret Wallace, designated as tax parcel 193141116. Rehoboth Church was constructing a new sanctuary, and that triggered the curb and gutter and sidewalk to be constructed, which I guess that happens quite a bit. Seems like it does. We get one of those all the time, but they don't want to do it because obviously there's nothing in place now. The road doesn't have any existing sidewalk, and put curb and gutter in is kind of like, you know, it could be removed one day because it's just have an island of curb and gutter. So we recommended that according to what planning everyone actually agrees, that it's reasonable to go ahead and have them do the sidewalk and not do the curb and gutter. So we unanimously recommended that a public improvement variance be granted for the placement of curb and gutter, but require the church to install sidewalk along the property. That's my report. Question?
Yes, I thought the, I don't know the correct way to pronounce that,
Rehoboth, it's the Retrian, I think.
Yes, I thought the last time this came up, we weren't going to require anything from them.
This came up on a different section of, I think it was same road or maybe Rice Road, but we did the same. What we did though, and what you guys did, we at the planning board level, we recommended the sidewalk. What the commission ended up voting on was giving them 5 years.
5 years,
To
yeah.
put the sidewalk in.
Yeah, because it was a sidewalk going to nowhere.
Well, you've got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I know, but I think we did this for someone else. I gave them this 5-year grace period as well.
I think that's within your latitude now tonight, if that's.
Yeah.
Considered.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
So are we saying that we're gonna just let them do the sidewalk and not the gutter?
Our recommendation was to give them a variance on the curb and gutter, but have them install the sidewalk.
I see that on the other project, we're doing, definitely talking about walking by faith. So we make them, they want a 5-year. We're talking about making them doing the sidewalk and gutter too.
No, we.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Well, yeah, that raises a question. Am I hearing this correctly? Are you saying that you're giving them 5 years to install the sidewalk?
We recommend giving them permits for the curb and gutter, but having them install the sidewalk. Based on that recommendation, they will do the sidewalk while they're doing their expansion.
Okay, so please, I wasn't on the board at the time of the last consideration. It's the sort of identical consideration. So Commissioner Irving.
So walking my faith with the first cut case, it was at the intersection of Stone and Rice Road. That was several years ago. Then halfway up Rice Road was another church, and I frankly don't recall. We applied the same sidewalk in only 5 years. Now, that first church, its time clock is running out. I mean, they're probably to the end of their line. So that was something we established, and it's up to this board, that motion to talk about it or not. That
Yeah, I kind of feel uneasy about providing that kind of leniency toward one and not another. So, thank you.
And we can have further discussion on that when we come down. On to the actual item. Item B, motion 2023-1, town of Matthews, change of zoning from B-H-B, R9 to I2CD under certain properties located in the southeastern quadrant of US 74 I-45, the railroad tracks and the county line. And Mr. Johnson suggested, I'm not going to read them again, because I can find a whole bunch of. We have a staff report from each county.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to sit here because I've got to scroll through a few different documents.
Sure.
Bear with me, we're at the finish line tonight, but I have some really important information to provide updates on for you all. So I'll kick off the staff report here. We initiated this request back in February. We are partnering with Central Piedmont Community College and Hendrick Automotive on this vision for a roughly 200 acre plot of land that one day be home to a public safety training facility and a world-class advanced manufacturing campus. We're very excited about the public safety training facility, as it will provide continuing education, training opportunities right here in our backyard. And we hope that this, we know that this advanced manufacturing campus holds the potential to be the largest single economic development and job creation project in the town's history. So having said all of that, a couple of housekeeping items. One, the memo that was sent out on Friday, I was looking back at the site plan. Site plan had a watermark of February, so it was a dated site plan. So I want to share with you the current site plan. The major change being the area that is roughly bubbled. That is development area A, that I'll talk about the conditional notes in a moment. That is the general location of the public safety training facility. Development area B is the balance of the property. So the motion this evening needs to reflect this current version of the site plan. I in error sent you an older site plan. So if you looked at it, you're like, where are the different development areas? Second, and just addressing planning board, I know you guys have been waiting to see these conditional notes. So that was a concern at the planning board level. We do have new notes, and those are going to load here. We load shortly. So we have been working very diligently with the Hendrick team. What these are legally, these are voluntary notes they are offering as a part of this town initiated zoning motion. So a couple of the highlights here. Yes, we've separated it into development parcel A and B. We've got a vision statement here, says this will be a world-class advanced manufacturing campus. Development parcel B shall have a unified framework for appearance and quality. There's a reference to our existing land use plan that looks for this to be an employment park with high quality employment. Just under development area A again, just reinforcing what will be in each part of the property. Permitted uses, generally what's allowed in the I2 zoning district. Now we have pared that back a little bit. And just as a reminder, I2 doesn't allow a lot of typical uses. So like gas stations and some other retail you might find in other parts of the town are not allowed. If the applicant ever wanted some more general retail and uses like that, they would have to come back for a rezoning change of conditions or actually just a change of zoning. There is a note, so they needed heavy manufacturing. That was the category that fit a lot of the potential uses that could be here based on how our ordinance is written.
So we couldn't strike that, but there's a reference that any new manufacturing uses will, of course, meet NCDEQ requirements. We do have a list of prohibited uses. I will just slowly scroll through instead of reading them all for you. And if you have any questions, crematoriums, exterminators, greenhouses, things of that nature. If you have any, I know I sent this out to you late this afternoon, so you probably haven't had a chance to look at it. One thing that we like is appearance. So this does not require future board approval of architecture or site plans, but there is language here that we really like that says this is going to have a campus feel to it. So there will be similar signage, fencing, landscaping. If you've ever been driven through an office park or corporate campus where it was very apparent that there was a master developer when you come into it, that it wasn't done piecemeal, that's the goal here. So this is not going to have a piecemeal appearance. Under architecture, these will generally be what is in the industry considered Class A structures. There will be masonry, concrete, tilt-up construction, storefront glass for the fronts of the building. So a little bit of reinforcement of how the architecture will look in the future. Okay, transportation and parking. There's a lot here. Just understand that our Unified Development Ordinance, it's been updated recently. It's pretty strong. There's a lot of requirements for how development can occur. A TIA will still be required for anything that meets that threshold. We've got language in here about road network, and that if there are existing right-of-ways that are abandoned, that a new network in coordination with the town and DOT will be established. When I say abandoned, in speaking with Susan, it's not the greatest network now. So if there need to be road realignments and things of that nature, those are what we're talking about when we say road vacation of right-of-way. Silver Line, we've got a commitment for a 70-foot permanent right-of-way for the Silver Line and up to another 30 feet of easements for construction. So we've been coordinating with CATS on that. And otherwise, everything in here really just kind of is going to meet the standards of the ordinance. So I know that was a lot to digest, but we've been working on these notes for several weeks and just wanted to give you, kind of a brief summary of where we're at. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Jay, would you please reiterate what the modification was?
Oh, on the site plan?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so let me flip back to that. So really the only change, so the boundaries are the same, the zoning districts are the same, but the area, it's kind of hard to make out a little bit, but in this kind of planned north area, this is the planned expansion of Central Piedmont Community College. So this would be the location of the public safety training facility, kind of in that off ramp from from 45 on to 74. So we're delineating the rough limits of where the facility will be. That's the primary change from February drawings.
And reasonable rezoning that will create a 200-acre development area with the potential to bring significant investment and job creation to the town.
You have a second or motion? Right. Yeah, as I said during our last meeting, I think this is exciting. Exciting the manufacturing campus is going to provide jobs for our children and our grandchildren. Incredible. Is there any other comments? Commissioner?
Well, yeah, I mean, to put on our architecture, that's the petitioner. Seems to be the cat is out of the barn. Is there anything that's prevent you from site development components and preparing a package that the board could see at some point in time? It's not buildings, but it's talking about these are the site amenities we're looking at doing. These are the light standards. These are the fencing materials. Go ahead.
Well, so the town's the petitioner. So we are the petitioner. We could, We could have language that staff will provide updates to the board if we're reviewing the plans. We
I
can,
mean, if they're pushing.
Yeah.
We want to get it doing all this. You have to plan and implement. That's it. It'd be nice to understand what the look and feel of the land.
Right.
Why.
right.
Commissioner Urban, is the request to review or is the request to approve?
So far ahead of the game. For buildings. I would acquiesce in you.
I would be,
But I think this, I mean, if you're talking about a large project, no doubt about it. I think you need to have your hands in this a little bit more involved. I really appreciate Hendrick. I feel like I'm invested in this for all the Tahoes I've bought, so I mean. I think we should
put in the thing that might deter somebody from moving here is, I think, knowing that they had a future board that could approve something or other, I think we need to look for review other people.
But isn't Hendrick going to be the one that's going to put the beautiful infrastructure in play? Or is it going to be each landowner who buys the parcel and says, okay, I got to put this fence in, I got to put the lights in, I got to put the trees.
I would defer to Hendrick on that. I wasn't aware.
So these would just be parcels. So how is that conversation? Site components will be a similar complement and materials throughout the gas manufacturing campus, similar signage, fencing, landscaping, and other features shall be used throughout the campus. So how does that?
Marshall.
Thank you for letting us address this question. So typically what would happen in a development like this is a large major user would be the first anchor coming in. I believe it's unlikely, although possible, that one manufacturer takes the whole campus. Generally, it would be, one large manufacturer would come in and they would really shape the vision for the campus, and we would adapt that to what they did in a quality manner. For example, in Research Triangle Park, IBM was the first large tenant in there. And so as they came in and designed that park, right, they made a commitment to come in. They have a voice in this is the look and feel, the high quality look and feel, and that's extended throughout the park across the campus. And I think that's the same type of approach that would happen here.
Saying as or quantum machine and manufacturing. Potentially.
Well, in conjunction with the developer.
How's the next guy know? This guy first is do what he did.
Well, I think the standards for the development would be established in conjunction with the first major tenant, as it's done in most industrial development. For example, the proposal, the petition requires that there's a uniform feel across the entire campus with lighting, sidewalks, landscaping, et cetera, fencing and those things. But what that exactly is, how that look and feel of that would be set by the first major tenant. Typically, it's how it's done in a large scale industrial development.
No, I think that's no different than the Riley, something their name is. Right.
Well,
They're the first
that's
one.
true, but we're not sure. Finally, I'd say here it is. 15-page document, and go through it, and said, here's all the conditions. I mean, I get you. I mean, I know how it works. It's
Here and that's usually an attractant to a major, someone that's going to build hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure here around their home. They kind of want to set that tone. It be high quality, obviously. It must be high quality and uniform and standard across it.
so then you apply that to parcel A is sold to whomever. And then they set the tone, they said, this is what we went to. And so then you take parcel A's conditions and say, Mr. Parcel B, C, D, and E, you have to follow these conditions. I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, sir. That's
someone moves in and says, I'm not doing any of this.
Well, the petition requires that it be uniform and of a high quality manner, consistent. I think it cites a lot of elements, and that would go with
declarations for the industrial park. Yes, sir. The first major tenant, you know, this isn't, we're not prospectively going to roll in and start putting in a bunch of infrastructure and hoping that someone comes. We're going to attract, I think we talked about it before, a significant advanced manufacturing tenant. Siemens, GE, IBM type. That's typically how these parks develop out, even up at University Research Park. Initial tenants set the tone in there. And then, yes, sir, that is how it's done. That is, you know, it has to be reasonable and replicatable and congruent with future development.
That's the kind of assurance that we're looking for. That continuity is wow.
Yes, sir.
It's like what you do with your auto malls.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't leave it up to the different brands, you know, that are under the flag to do whatever they want, right?
That's a great comment. Yes, sir. And that is, the petition includes that requirement that it be uniform across all of parcel B.
Well, and the fact that this is what I'm not too overly worried about it, just
well, and I do want to share also, we're so deep in this land from a cost basis, it has to be high quality. And I just share that. Yes, sir.
All right, is there any further discussion?
Our intention is to partner with a large-scale advanced manufacturing developer. They may take an equity position in the land, or they may front the capital for the infrastructure. I'm not sure exactly that I can describe how that will work, but
have oversight on the development. If you're going to be selling the parcels, then how are you going to go about the subdivision of the land? My question, simple subdivision of the land. And then maybe these parcels are so large that it doesn't come under our subdivision.
I mean, at the end of the day, the conditional notes are going to run with the land, not the property owner. And of course, you know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm just wondering, if it's going to be in simple advances, how is that going to line up with our subdivision aspect? Yeah. Or are these parcels going to be so large that our subdivision orders won't apply?
I mean, that could be the case. Commercial subdivision is typically not as stringent. I mean, you can have flag lots and all sorts of things that we don't otherwise allow.
I see this question now, whether they get down and everybody say, oh, gosh, Matthew subdivision ordinance is going to block this. Well, we don't want to get involved with that.
That's a good question. And so the next phase of our planning is going to involve infrastructure development, more specific understanding, survey topography, where the wetlands are, where the sewer, water utilities, as well as working with the town of Stallings. We have property across the line. So I think some of that will develop, but I can't speak to the subdivision requirements today.
All right, thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Capano, second by Representative Cole. There's no further discussion. In favor? C, zoning application 2022. Construction. Why did each development project? For all.
Right, so this application, this text amendment does apply to the community overlay, apply to the entire area. What the applicant's done is they have identified the primary and secondary streets within the district. So the primary streets will be Matthews, Mayfield, Independence Point Parkway,
the extension that will run through the Briley back down to the sports flags. And there's a planned east-west street that runs through there. I didn't include it in my my presentation, but the applicant does have drawings to kind of showcase where those streets will be located within the district. Additionally, they have since planning board, they have changed the requirements for the 50% ground floor and the 25% ground floor on the secondary streets. So those are by right, those are limited to just permitted non-residential uses, or they're required to be non-residential uses. The live work units and the convertible residential units, those were moved down back into the conditional notes. So at the pleasure of the board does have the ability to place the non-residential uses on the ground floor with live work units or convertible units. Just past comments. There were some concern about reserving space for larger buildings on the site, institutional uses. Kind of highlight again. The ENT overlay is paired with the ENT base district, is a conditional only district. So anytime there's a major rezoning that comes in that would be something to the scale of this, there would be a conditional zoning process to ENT. So it would be at the pleasure of the board to decide what site plans and layouts are appropriate. I just kind of highlight or just kind of make a note. This does remove the residential to commercial ratio and the commercial to residential ratio. The commercial to residential ratio, that cap has been met with the at least 240 dwelling units being built at the NT overlay. So it no longer applies to the district. So that is being taken out as part of this text amendment. Staff does recommend approval of the text amendment. Are there any questions for me? The applicant is available as well.
Motions? I'd like to make a comment. Yeah, over the ensuing weeks prior to this and reviewing this, my position on this is quite clear. And I just wanted to make a comment that the only pass the text amendment eyes of the entertainment district, and I cannot possibly have this. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments, questions, or Mr.
About 2765, the text is a text amendment. Currently amended, recommended for approval, and has been found entertainment small area plan by incrementally codifying mission concepts of the overlay area. And it's I've been told you. Uh-oh, we have a conflict. I think.
Being none, all in favor? All opposed? 5-2. But 10B, zoning application 2022-766, NRP group to change the zoning on that certain property from R15 ENT on that certain property designated as 11330 Brickman Road, further identified as tax parcel 215081-.
Did receive the CMS impact this morning. That wasn't included in the packet, but I can provide those numbers.
Right, so this is for 15 acres at the corner of Brigham property, or Brigham Road and Sports Parkway. It is for 378 dwelling units. Just a quick refresher, it does include the structure, the 5-story and 4-story structured parking, and then 2 smaller 4-story buildings. The 5-foot sidewalk on Sports Parkway is also being updated, and with a 10-foot multi-use path that will be extended back across to Brigham Road. Oh, there we are. Sorry, it was a little bit hard to make out, but kind of see where the cursor is. So there's a red square here, and there's also a red square here along this building. So the applicant is proposing live work units. This is in compliance with the text amendment that was just passed for the ordinance or for the ENT overlay district. So they would meet those standards. Additionally, they are committing to providing some form of public art on this new public street that will run east and west, as well as back onto the private street. That art installation will be coordinated through parks with the applicant during the permitting process. Additionally, the multimodal station that was originally shown, that's been taken off. We did add a condition that the exact location will be determined during permitting. And we did include a detail of that, or we did provide a detail of that sketch in the conditional notes, so it's provided. Additionally, for the CMS updates for the current year, the utilization, or I guess the school impact increases, it did decrease this year compared to last year's. So where previously Matthews Elementary was at 121%, this year it would be at 110% with this new development. Crest Middle would be at, or Crestdale Middle School, excuse me, Crestdale Middle School would be at 94%, and Butler High School would be at 102%. Additionally, there is, the TIA has been completed, but it still has not been approved. There is one outstanding factor at the Matthews Mint Hill Road, heading into Highway 74. There is some dispute about, I guess, best practice for traffic management and how to handle the updates. Town staff has requested the addition of a second through lane. The applicant is proposing alternatives to that site. So with that, I'll complete the staff update. If there are any questions, fine to hear them, or we can skip to the applicant.
Can you review restrictions and how long does it have to be offered as a new person working in the road or another?
Right, so right now, I don't believe there's any long-term commitment for how long the units need to remain live work.
Yeah, also could be look at the there was some changes made when I know. Yeah, this may be appropriate for the applicant. Come on up. Sorry, are there any other questions for
Presentation.
So in terms of live work, there was never intention that they would not be live work. We can add a sentence to the note that says they would always be live work, but there was never intention that they would not be live work.
Okay.
can do that. Yeah. Affordable, it was 5% at 80% or less AMI, but we had told, in meetings, we increased it to 7.5%. And then we also, so minimum 7.5% of the units would be affordable. And then a minimum of 2 of those would contain at least 2 bedrooms. So that was a request that was made of the applicant.
How many years that is? We had a discussion. Brought it up. You know, what does that number mean? Why is this limitation? Have you given any thought to 60% AMI? We've had discussions with we've had discussions. If, you know, I think it's reasonable to add 2.5%, 60% AMI to get the total affordable up to 10%, the entire project. We have, there's about 10 units doing some math at 60%.
You're asking for 7.5% and 80% or less than 2.5% and 60%. I know that there's been discussion about that, but in view of the structured parking and the amount of retail that will frankly be subsidized, that was a challenge for development.
So I think we're at a point in time with our planning process and our site planning, where, as Mr. Carmichael mentioned, we're having a number of incremental costs, things that we've added onto the project. We're providing 7.5% and 80%. We're providing within the recommended traffic improvements for the TIA that we're providing. It's about another $1 million worth of improvements. The first structured parking deck in Matthews, and candidly, I think adding on the additional 2.5% and 60 would be challenging for us from a pro forma standpoint at this time.
Mr. Irvin, let me ask you a question. Livermore area that's on Street A, Road Street A, how much square footage is that? How many units? There you go. That's good. Not there. Street A. Street A, yes. The one that's potentially the most populated under the text amendment is approved 5 to 50%, or you do the work, you do plazas, you do fountains. Oh, yeah.
17 total units.
So there's 5 year, 6 year.
Okay. Let's say 5 for the sake of argument. I mean, done some really nice things with this project, no doubt about that. We debate about the architecture. I'll talk to your architects and kind of go ahead from that aspect of it. I like the fact that you committed to split work. I share over it. But to make the needle, I don't know where the, I mean, probably right on the line. But I think live work at 5,000 square feet, I think that needs to be. And I think the fact is that that intersection dovetail in Sports Parkway to energize that space. It's not about people going to also hang out at the fountain plaza sculpture. It's about energizing that corner a little bit more retail on the other side of the street would be a great offsetting penalty to really activate that end of that corridor. And why it comes down from the other direction, Street A, based on text amendment, again, to really fulfill what was intended to be. The live work doesn't cut it from the application. So that's my comment on my support.
Go back to the affordable component. I'd like to ask you to consider going to 20 years from 15 years. And from, I think you were in the room when we spoke earlier when Commissioner Capano and Hoover and I were speaking to some of our colleagues from other towns in the area. It's pretty shocking. Davidson in particular getting regularly getting 12.5% in perpetuity for projects like this. So we're really I know we really appreciate what you've done. 15 years is going to be here before you know it. And we're not going to have any 20 years.
Commissioner Urban said, I would prefer to see those live work units be retail, because we had the conversation in the meeting and I asked, what are the, when someone applies to live there, do they have to commit to using them? You said, no, you can't discriminate on that. So there's nothing to say that someone just moves in there and it's just an empty spot where I'd like to see job, something. I mean, I was at the Sportsplex a few weeks ago when Charlotte Sea played. There were thousands of people walking this corridor to go to the game. I can imagine when there's similar things like this, being able to stop and get a slice of pizza or whatever to be here would really activate a lot of this and get people doing business in that use. So I hope you do consider that, because my concern is that people will get the live work units and then just not use the work part of it, or at least not for the public. They're all being public.
Again, harking back to our meeting in Cornelius, I don't know if the other commissioners saw when we were exiting, there was a ice cream truck and there was probably 100 people to get ice cream. You might know one of them, I don't know. Yeah, very fun. Guys, have any comment or got another question here?
No, just a statement. I would be remiss if I didn't make it. This is step one to converting the EMT district to a residential district. And this is exactly the fear that I had when we proposed the text amendment and the text amendment. This is just opening the door to future developments exactly like this. Thank you.
I think the question is there a commitment to make those on street names?
I'm trying to, it's a. Can we, yeah, can we, are there other issues that that maybe arise that?
Are there any other comments, questions?
I don't remember what you said.
Actually, the comment was that on Brinkman Road there's going to be currently you drop off Sportplex and you're just in the middle of the road walking up to Old 51. They're going to take you halfway home. And what we were hoping is maybe they could finish it all the way and go in front of the Bolero all the way up to Old 51, and then the town could reimburse them for their expense in doing that, since they would accelerate it. If we wait for us to do it, I mean, it might take forever, right? Because so that was our hope, is that we could get it accelerated.
Everyone, our comment.
Presently have funding for that section of the further out that more road will turn into some issues. Way so it's possible that then in fairness to our budget, a cost estimate would probably be the
I think our hope was just that dialogue would open, not necessarily you could solve it, but you know, if you're thinking about it, then possibly it could happen.
You also apply for. I don't think that would necessarily hold up this question. Mr. Gardner.
You guys, Susan or Dana have any input on this project? You could share? And I bring that up because there were some suggestions of traffic, road improvements along Matthews Hill Road, and I'd like to know what the thought on here from area closer to Independence.
So some of the road improvements from memory from their TIA included extending some turn lanes on 74 with right and left turn lanes, as well as another through lane on that goes along Matthews Hill Road across 70. I think there have been some discussions with the applicants about that, but I'm not sure where we stand.
So the traffic, Mr. Eagle here, the applicant's traffic engineers here, as I understand it, traffic study prepared by Mr. Eagle called for the applicant to do a left turn lane on Matthews Hill Brigman. The applicants, that's in the rezoning plan, and that's a commitment. The
Good evening, everyone. Andrew Eagle with Raymond Kemp Associates. Again, we prepared the traffic impact analysis. So when we did the study, we did identify some impacts at 74 and Matthews Hill Road. Looking more holistically at the area and the results. We didn't ultimately recommend any vehicular improvements, any turn lanes at that intersection. It operates at level service F without any of the site trips added in from this development. So there was one impact to the northbound Matthews Hill Road approach, increasing in delay from a level service F to a worse level service F, if you will. And looking at the issues there that would be there, whether or not this development moves forward. We looked at the trips. You look at the number of trips this site would add to the intersection of 74 and Matthews Hill Road is about 9%. And that doesn't include anything on the volume on 74, which is much greater. If we included the traffic that's on 74 going through, I'd expect that percentage of trips to be closer to 1 or 2% probably. But adding up just the different movements that are coming in and out of the site, those site trips at 74 versus what's there already, it's about 9%. So for those kind of multiple reasons, we didn't ultimately recommend any turn lanes there in the TIA itself. But now some talking with the town, I think, and maybe you want to talk to this part, John, about the potential, increase in some of the storage limits on Matthews Hill Road instead of additional turn lanes. Okay, I'll let you get in that part.
So there was the through lane, I think, is the improvement that's in question. The through lane on 74, excuse me, on Matthews Hill Road across 74. So that's very, frankly, expensive and challenging from a right-of-way and utility standpoint. So we were looking for, since the traffic study didn't recommend the developer do it, but the town TAC wanted the developer to do it, we were looking for alternatives and been talking with Jay and Darren. And one alternative was to pay a fee to the town for the percentage share of the future cost of that through lane. I think when NCDOT comes in, that through lane would be lift up in any event. Darren called me on Friday and mentioned the possibility. Another alternative was extending the existing left and right turn lanes on 74, excuse me, on Matthews Hill Road at 74, as far as possible within the existing right of way. The applicant would prefer to pay a fee to the town
to hold an escrow to be applied towards a future improvement of that intersection, if that's a possibility. That's kind of, and I think we've mentioned that, I think in passing on some meetings, but see that that's what we were.
Yeah. Jay, do you know if our TIA consultant's still on one?
I was just gonna mention, or I guess kind of reiterate, again, the TIA has been completed, but the TIA has not been approved. And so what that means is there's essentially a laundry list of recommendations that have to be agreed upon by the applicant, town staff. Under our new process, we do have a third party that helps contribute, facilitate that discussion. And so everything has been agreed to except for that second through lane on Matthews May Hill to cross Highway 70. So that was why the the TAC took an action on that, is they agreed with town staff that there was an issue at that intersection that needed to be addressed. We have talked about multiple different things. So one of the things was extending the existing right turn lane on Matthews May Hill back onto 74 towards Union County, extending that back down towards Brigham Road as far as feasibly possible within the existing right of way. That way the applicant's not responsible for obtaining any type of right of way and getting into a potential fight with property owners when they don't have the power to do any type of taking or condemnation. Alternatively, we briefly discussed the possibility of taking some type of fee. One of the issues with that is we don't know what the cost of that intersection would be to do those updates. I guess that was where the 9% fee was coming from, the applicant was talking about. It would be for the total project cost, since their project would only contribute an additional 9 to 10%. But we just don't have those projections. So that's really where we stand on that issue. It's just kind of trying to solve that.
Are we not gonna make that Matthew Road overpass as we go to when that road 74 something?
Yeah, that is correct.
Why are we wasting money? We waiting DOT is gonna go overpass, we don't have to worry about it.
If that project happens, we've looked at that before, doing similar things with other projects, and then it's taken 10, 20, or never for DOT to actually build it.
Value engineer.
I have enough apologize. I go home that day. Too. That lane that turns right on 74 going to Union County. Why couldn't you, and on the other side of 70, opposite 74, there's already a through lane that goes through there. So why couldn't you make that turn lane right turn on 74, a right or straight line going through your answer? I mean, I see them do it because when I'm sitting in the lane to go straight, they're sitting in the lane to go make a right, and the light turns green. A lot of them go straight through, and I see it. I mean, that happens, but there's a lane over on the other side across on Windy that goes all the way up to Moore Road. So it could take it there. There's no need. I don't think there's no need to make a developer put another lane when you can make it a straight or turn lane. That's all you have to do, put an arrow, turn or go straight. So you have two lanes on this side of the for straight. I'm just looking at cost wise, but I'm looking forward to the overpass now. I'll be living when it happens. Because coming out of Brigham Road, I've studied that pretty good. That's going to go straight across the Smith Garage, come out on the other side of the Asian. That's right. If you want to go east on 74, so they'll eliminate all that anyway. And then if you want to go into Shaw, you're going to come out right behind the Firestone and come out down West and go through east. And that's what they showed me. And I'm looking forward to hoping that happens. I know several landowners have already anticipated all this happening. So it's gonna solve a lot of problems, a lot of the issues that we're talking about tonight. I don't see the benefit making it developable, all that when the lane is already put a straight or turn, that lane is there on this side.
And then, so one issue with that is that as depending on when you're at that signal, the people turning right, there are probably 5 times as many to turn right as that go straight. So if you take away their ability to do that when there's a red signal or gaps in traffic, then that really backs up traffic further along. Because you have the person stop there wanting to go straight rather than going right.
I bring that up because I think it's a really important. I know, I understand about the ENC losing its edge, but also we're seeing this Hendrick project come in. This housing is going to be really important to accompany that project, and they'll play off each other well. And but this road portion of it is pretty important. If we do move forward with asking the petitioner to put money aside into an account, then is that something that we could say is dedicated to transportation improvements? Doesn't have to be spent on Matthews Hill Road, because we don't have the coordination yet with NCDOT to know how far their improvements extend down Matthews Road. Such close proximity, I would hate to catch this money, this very sort of tight corner, and then if it can be used for transportation improvements, then maybe that does mean this multi-modal path could be completed. So I guess that's sort of a question, whoever and anybody, but I keep looking at that.
I noticed. I do not know the nuance in the house of being able to make that financial contribution as opposed to Charlie or Jay or CJ. I don't know. That would work. Certainly, we put something aside in our club and dedicated it to a particular use. But I don't need to defer to others to know who can get it there with that restriction in the first place.
I was just going to say, either those for transportation projects or park projects, these are specifically authorized to and developers to enter into such an agreement. Generally, the fees in lieu are for that particular classification, transportation or parks. But it's general in nature and is reserved in the area, not specific enough to a specific lane or something like that. Yeah, I have a reasonable amount of money can be based on the lane, but usually it's the transportation project in the area. So it could be and benefit this project, maybe it would be the parking path. But that takes him off the hook and not having to deal with that lane or that extension down on 74.
And my comment just over on that. And
I don't know. It depends on what you're gonna say.
well, I hope I don't get stabbed in the back, but I really think the turn lane at that intersection. Maybe there's a combination of extending those turn lanes as far as you can within the existing right of way, so they don't have to look at purchasing of a property, as well as a percentage of the through lanes that we think is warranted there. And those could be used for either that multi-use path or when we have the principle of our widening through that area, we have matching funds that are needed for some of those.
Wait, what you're saying is the turn lane at, Bridgman Road or the turn lane at 70?
So the one I'm speaking of is the one at 74, the right and left turn lanes on 74. There's existing turn lanes there. The one, at least the right turn lane could be extended without, I think, taking additional right of way. I haven't looked at the right of way on the other side for extending a left turn lane, whether that's possible or not. There's turn movements back up pretty far and also a lot of backups there. Intersection does not work very efficiently.
I suggest that during
Yes, sir.
I really like this project.
I think that's,
The opportunity to staff and
I think that's more than fair. And then on the if I can say one other thing, and I'll get out of your hair, I promise. The 5,000 square feet, Commissioner Urban, would you consider and I know we briefly talked about this, but maybe a reservation for a couple of years for that, and then if the market doesn't support it, it can convert to live work. And
Well, since we're postponing it, I was going to throw a number out there. I would do that. I just want to say that in the Catbird City, you got a lot of visitors coming to the Sportsplex. The pain is coming there first. I think it's there, you need that first. But you cannot tell me that over the next 5 to 7 years, whether you're built there or not, it's not going to come to your lot and build on there and probably see the need for more retail to support the needs of the Sportsplex. And so I get it. You're in the multifamily business, playing mixed use, really different people. But I just think that intersection, energizing more retail makes a lot of sense for micro retail situations. But I think in the end game, we all know whether it's you or somebody else, that's a piece of property at that location. Paul Baylor would say, you just walk back in the chair and say, I can wait. Right? You know that. You don't have to.
Million plus visitors a year. And they all want to go eat, they want to go play, and they want to go.
You compound on you, and you see the dynamic change so rapidly. I think you take advantage. So I'm going to talk about it. No pain, no gain. Big operation. Second.
Need a decision.
All right, all in favor to continue? Opposed? Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 10E. Food trucks. Public places land. Business. Not have the impact of private.
Thank you, we've been waiting for. Yes, absolutely. So having had a month or two to review this, our recommendation at this time, and I'll just kind of cut to the chase because it's late. Approve the text amendment with an effective date in tandem with when the mobile vendor program is approved by your board. And I would commit to having that back to you no later than June 10th. Is that our next meeting? Well, I would have it no later than that. Did want to address some of the concerns earlier that were stated. Yes, Charles Street, when the trucks were told to move over there, they were facing the customer window into the street. Part of this vendor program would state that you have to face the customer service window away from the street along the sidewalk or that natural area. So we also perceive that as a safety issue. We would be working with police and public works to make sure that that particular issue doesn't arise. We're still working on, as I said in the memo, if you've had a chance to read it, fees. So some communities charge nothing. City of Raleigh charges $189 per year for food trucks. So we'll work on giving you some advice, recommendation on what fees might be. Really just kind of clarifying. Let me scroll, sorry. So this is likely to be several pages long when we're done with it, but liability insurance, hours of operation. I'm thinking here I've got a sign on the next page. So we'll look at maybe some stencils some of the spaces. At the end of the day, this is a pilot program. We're gonna see how it works. We did that with bird scooters, but if it doesn't work out, if the vendors aren't showing up and we're reserving the spaces, and ultimately they're not really getting used the way they're intended, we could obviously roll the program. But this time, the request is just to approve the standard language. And I did want to bring up planning board's recommendation that kind of effective date. There was some concern about, making the change to the code and then not having the vendor program in place. So we're trying to find a happy medium to at least move forward on the UDO piece of it and then continue working with this program.
Mr. Gardner.
What's the cost of doing parklets?
The cost of doing the parklets, I need to go back and look. I think we had a fee associated with it. I apologize, it's late. But it's a similar concept, right? You are utilizing a piece of public right of way. But I would also like to point out that we've heard from a lot of residents. This is not particularly to help out one particular business. I mean, obviously that was going on, but we've heard from a lot of residents and citizens, like people just expect to find food trucks when they come downtown. And they don't really care who coordinated it, whether it was the town or a business. They just see them. We're looking for a method for them to be allowed somewhere that. Do you have a follow-up?
It's not limited to Charles Street.
Right. So the way I've got it written right now, we would start with those several spaces on Charles Street. Businesses could request additional spaces, or we could designate others around town. I looked at Town Green, the circle out here as being an option. But if you look at the windows on most food trucks on the passenger side, you can't wrongly park. So they would be facing into the street. So circle out front, I know, think about it, didn't really work. But we can continue to explore other options.
Okay, just a couple of hours before this meeting, I spoke with a few of the other businesses on Trade Street, and they were under the impression quite strongly that this was going to be postponed until the vote on this was going to be postponed until June 12th. Was that a misunderstanding on their part? That they said they specifically mentioned that you told them that it was going to be delayed until the June 12th meeting. Is that a misunderstanding?
I don't know who
You don't recall anything like that?
We've been going back and forth trying to figure out the next step, but as of the drafting of this memo last week, it hasn't changed.
Well, I find it almost impossible to pass something that says pursuant to the requirements of something that doesn't even exist. I could not vote for this text amendment unless the MVP was in place.
That's fine if it's the will of the board, right?
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is there seems to be a lot of confusion going on with other businesses on the Trade Street corridor. And they were under the impression that the MVP was going to be in place before any of this took place. And that it explicitly was going to be pushed out until the June 12th meeting. So if that was a misunderstanding, that's fine. But I just wanted to make that point. I don't see how this could go forward without an MVP. I don't think the businesses on Trade Street, other than the ones I spoke to at any rate, would find this acceptable.
Yeah, if it's the will of the board just to continue this until June 12th, that
Or more explicitly until an MVP is in place and has been approved by the board, and then talk about the text.
Wouldn't be allowed unless the
It doesn't matter. The wording here is pursuant to the requirements of something that doesn't even exist.
I would like to specifically ask for. Well, that's what we roll.
No, I'm not going to say who they are. They explicitly asked me to keep that confidential.
I would, push back on that a little bit, and I did several of the other sides. Having food trucks. You know, of even just having the so, I mean, that I've spoken to who have business on Trade Street feel that food trucks do bring business to them better. That's to visit and see what impact off. So on that note, I make a recommendation that I can find. I like to make a motion that we approve zoning application 2023-774.
We've got, I mean, the clear words here effective upon the approval of the pilot.
Okay.
If that's the direction you would like to go.
That is my direction. We'll see how the votes fall. Effective upon the approval of the pilot mobile vendor program, because the text amendment is consistent with the goal to create and maintain a vibrant environment in the downtown area and reasonable in that it will allow for the creation of a vendor program that provides for a limited number of reserved spaces for food trucks while preserving and customer parking for permanent business.
Jay, the time frame that you had set up and you suggested you went on with 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is that based on anybody else's what they're doing in Raleigh, or is that a little longer than I expected? I guess starting a little earlier than I expected. Maybe 5 o'clock or something. Not 3 p.m. is still mid afternoon.
Yeah, so probably this is kind of bizarre. It's sort of like brunch lunch was theirs on this. It's 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. But we could create similar signage here and determine those hours. It could be 4 p.m. 4 p.m. until.
Take a look at that and maybe vet that further with our business owners because 3 o'clock.
To clarify though, here, I'm speaking specifically.
Yeah, I just want to make a public statement. I've never ever been against food trucks. I've always only been against them using unauthorized use of them. And what I'm trying to do here is to make a statement that we are approving something pursuant to something that doesn't even exist. If it's not going to be in effect until the MVP is written, why even bother with it? So in other words, let's do the MVP first, get it approved, and then do the text amendment. That way we know that when we're voting on the text amendment, we know what we're doing, whatever. We don't have any pursuant to anything right now. This is the point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
I beg to differ. I think we've got a fairly clear understanding of how signs about areas. Not ironclad, but I think we certainly have an idea. We put up a memo that showed some of the constructs of what he would propose. I don't think it would be dramatically different.
Well, then let's approve it. Let's write it up and approve it, and then do the text amendment.
I agree with you there on the timing. I know from town hall here, you can park outside of a parking place. I agree, I think it should be from 5 to 10, or whatever time. 3 o'clock is a little bit early. I have a concern, I'm in favor of food truck. I'm concerned with this on Charles Street, and I think Jay said, go to buy food, it's buy food from the side of the center road. All other food trucks are on private property. This is setting up the precedent. Just allowing this now, everybody, I love about it, down in the head. Down at the festival down there, the food trucks lying all around that, a little watch. It's good, it's offering some time to stay without a general property. That, I cannot say that. Because of the state, no problem with it. Some on my property. On my right.
Okay, are there other comments, Commissioner Hoover?
My concern as well is safety, and I have a genuine concern about changing ordinances for people. And I question, hopefully we're not changing it because of the person yet. And he knows on the board and he knows on the staff. Because I want, if we're going to do this for something like this, we had Mr. Bennett come up here and speak on his work truck being in violation. Are we going to show him the same consideration and change the UDO him as well? I mean, we can't pick and choose. We have to treat everybody fair.
So the UDO is a fluid document based on the feedback from the board. When Mr. Bennett spoke a few weeks ago, we've already done some research that we're willing to share with you at a future meeting on our peer communities and how they handle trailer parking and boat parking and front setbacks. So this is very typical. Like the document is always evolving.
Well, yeah, I get that, but
Yeah.
you know, but Mr. Jason, to my understanding, was aware of the ordinance. He violated the ordinance for 2 years. The town staff knew it and did nothing, and now he wants to change the ordinance, and now we are doing this to help him out. You know, I just see it, you know, we have to treat everyone fair. And if we're going to sit here and cite someone because of a trailer, a work trailer trying to make a living, constituents trying to make a living and support families, because we might have this trailer pull up a little bit more than where it should be, we need to show our citizens the same consideration. So maybe we need to look over the UDO again for that as well. If we're going to go this route, start changing things because someone wants a food truck parked in the right of way. Yeah.
Respectfully, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Jasek was contacted about the violations, and then as any community to bring them adjustments. One who desires to be an applicant to be able to bring this forward and have the board consider it. So Mr. Jasek is months ahead as far as when the class that staff has been working with him on. Mr. Bennett did speak at the other meeting, and staff is that we would be having a 5:30 meeting with the board to go over certain parts of the UDO, including related to trailers. So once we go through the budget process, we do anticipate having that conversation, and if the board desires to make additional changes, then certainly we will be able to do that at that time. Right now, it's just kind of as far as this is kind of what's in the pipeline.
That was my point. We don't show the same consideration information for others.
I'm so supportive of this amendment, and I don't believe we're doing it for anyone. Well, I'm concerned about it.
So, Jay, you said the Delta was June 12th,
12.
and we're, how many days? Are we in another day? I'm glad I wasn't here in the first food truck conversation. Beat the dead horse to glue. I'm gonna make a substitute motion that we let Jay do the vetting he needs to be doing. Yeah. MPV or something like that. So June 12th, I'm coming to this thing, because it is a text amendment, so we can't really look at it to an individual who may be monetarily hurt or something from that aspect of it. It's a global text amendment. Yeah, from that standpoint. So I'm gonna make a second, whatever it was, substitute motion that Jay vets this and gets it back to us for a vote on June 12th.
So, yeah, let me make sure I fully understand. Regardless of which direction we went on this, you could not operate a food truck in a public right of way in Matthews until June 12th.
That is correct. And there's a third aspect of it. When you see this regulatory sign, we would need to amend our on-street parking schedule to reflect spaces that are reserved certain hours of the day, just like we have hourly parking. There's a Raleigh ordinance number there. So I think we would want to tie it. Charlie, I'm looking at you, but I think we would tie it to our schedule of parking. So that's
Clarifying.
yes.
Does not affect individuals on the private property. So in the normal sense, you find a lot, you put this thing on, you can go ahead and function. So you're not really jeopardizing, trying to sort of stand the role.
One more question, Jay. Have you found any areas mentioned that we have any space on this Town Station Street?
Potentially the parking adjacent to the wine shop. We've got that parking behind Umami. That's an option. We could certainly look at a few other spots around that.
Probably encourage you to do that.
Yeah. Sure.
Commissioner Plotto.
Commissioner, I just want to make sure I understand the substitute motion. Are you asking Jay to continue development of the MVP and complete it first? Perfect. Thank you.
Keep doing what you asked for. My reading on this issue, based on the feedback that I've gotten, both in emails, text, and walking around town, is that our citizens greatly appreciate and like food trucks and want to see a lot of them and enjoy them a lot. So we just need to make sure that they're safe, and that's the we're trying to thread. So we have a motion for a substitute motion from Commissioner Urban, second by Commissioner Whitten.
I just want to make one more point. I agree with exactly. So, and this is what I'm trying to do. As long as it's safe and legal, they're happy.
I'm probably getting 20 to 1 people, saying, why you not one?
Absolutely. I just want to
At
make
least
that
21.
explicitly clear. I've never been against it. Thank you.
And the business owners that I have spoken to one. All right, so we have a substitute motion and a second. Commissioner Urban, Commissioner Whitley, all in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Hurrah for food trucks.
For a moment.
For
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Home stretch. I know this has been talked about a little bit briefly before. This is a public improvement request. They are planning on building a sanctuary that would exceed 40% of the gross area of the existing structure. That triggers frontage improvements, including curb gutter and sidewalk. As we heard from the planning board report, their recommendation was to grant the public improvement variance for curb and gutter, but require a sidewalk. That is a staff recommendation as well. Do have a member, a representative here to answer any questions. The actual links, it's about 760 linear feet of sidewalk that would be required along the frontage of both Sam Newell and Margaret Wallace. That was not in my summary, but I wanted to add that for context.
All right, how long again?
760 feet.
Mr. Vaughn?
What width is that sidewalk?
6 feet, sir.
And what would be the approximate cost to put 6-foot sidewalk, 750 feet?
Pretty high. I don't know what sidewalk is going for by.
Concrete is around $1,800 a truckload right now. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions? Other questions from staff? No.
TJ has a comment.
Sorry, one quick comment. I know it's been discussed before, and we've had it before where we allowed them to delay installation of the sidewalk for a while. That causes an issue with staff. One, bring 5 years from now to do that. And then second is, I don't know that we have a mechanism to make them do that. Charlie, I don't know if there's a way that we can make them.
Mr. Vaughn?
The point I was trying to make earlier is that we gave this variance to a prior applicant. And to have a sidewalk of 750 feet is a substantial cost to a religious organization who I imagine, as many others are doing, is struggling in these days and time. To be a sidewalk going to nowhere on each end. I think having put all that together, it's rather unfair to implement a restriction on them and having given a variance to someone in exact same situation. I feel as though it would be only fair to them, both financially and also morally, to give them the same precedent that we set. Thank you.
To be clear, we did not. Can you please pronounce your church for us?
No, I'm the civil engineer.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just representing them.
Okay.
Just as DJ said, right now it's a funding issue for us, for the sidewalk. So they're willing to do it, but 5 years would help them out tremendously.
All right.
So what's CJ's point about no mechanism? I mean, so that calendar outlook 5 years out and go, up, time to put a sidewalk in. Which is something we're not aware of.
Right, and so having it on a plan is one thing. If whoever puts it on their calendar is not here in 5 years, it's collective remembering. But besides that, if we go to them and say, all right, it's been 5 years, it's time to put it in, they say, no, I don't know if we have a way of making them do that. And maybe we do, but I'm just not aware of.
Other churches.
Yeah. For 5 years, they don't have it. There's no sidewalks on anywhere else, we right back to the same place, you got sidewalks to nowhere. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, CJ. What we are saying is that we gave Walking by Faith the same thing, and we should do the same to them. It's money, these are smaller churches. It's, and just like Mark just asked, 6-foot sidewalk cost put in, it goes nowhere, and 5 years later, there's no development on either side of the church, it still ain't going nowhere. And if they come back and say, well, still can't try to raise some more money, it's just not fair, and I understand what you're saying, but it's struggling for a small church to have to spend this money, give them time to try to raise. We don't know about 5 years. So, if you're gonna do one for one,
And I'll say, I'm not advocating for or against it, except that we do build a water transportation system that way, one piece at a time. But as far as what's fair to one church and not another, or one business versus one church, that's not for me to say.
That one's going to be very popular. Revenue. 5 years down the road and it's not been built, then they're in violation. So how you enforce it is there's a civil penalty, or alternatively, which would be the effective way of doing it, would be civil litigation seeking a mandatory injunction that they get compliance and go. Superior Court judge would sign that, assuming he would sign it or she would sign it. And then if they still don't do it, then they're in contempt of court, and that's where there's a real mechanism for the court system to do something, not the time, but instigating the lawsuit. So there's not a very good remedy for anybody.
I can appreciate the financial burden that it might have on a small community of faith or a small business, but if we totally negate the requirement, and we're never going to have sidewalks anywhere, somewhere down the road, having sidewalks. That kind of split my thinking on this because I was not a big advocate sometimes for sidewalks, but I think they're really important and we need them, and we're going to get developed at some point. I'm in favor of maybe a long time, but
Thanks to the internet, it's pronounced Perhaba. And I support doing in 5 years, but one of the things that we just took out or will issue bonds over is fixing sidewalk gaps and how we get there. And also maybe an unpopular opinion, but churches are nonprofit entities, so they're not paying into our tax base like a commercial business. Which, this is one way that they can give back, and it benefits the community around them. So support giving 5 years. I would also say that since we have done this in the past, this may be our moment where we recognize that this is a practice that's perpetuating issues for public works in the future, and maybe we don't continue down giving this leeway in the future and recognizing that this could be the last time.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. I don't see any direction for making a motion one way or the other on this. So what is the appropriate action to take?
Very good, sir. Yes, I forgot to mention that. This is, we do not need the consistency or the reasonable statement for a public improvement variance. So this is just a straight motion to approve or deny public improvement variance for curb gutter, sidewalk, with stipulation of any time that the board so chooses to put on installation of the sidewalk.
Or a division of those two.
Yep,
Really,
yep.
There's two public variances that are being requested.
I can make a motion. I'll make a motion that we allow them to grant the PID for curb and gutter, but require sidewalk being built after a 5-year. Within 5 years.
May I have a second? Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rules, second by Commissioner Burton. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Match Point Sports is requesting an administrative amendment to a conditional site plan that was approved February 14th in 2000. They have recently constructed 3 new courts, late 2002, that was specifically authorized by the board because of a text amendment that allowed more courts to be built at this facility in the RI zoning district. These are not pickleball courts. These are padel courts. They are the only ones in North Carolina. And they are the applicant is interested in covering the 3 courts with a structure that would be between 33 and 45 feet high at the peak. During discussion with the planning board, as you heard from their report, there was some concern over the height of the proposed structures. Planning board recommended that the height be reduced if possible, and that landscaping buffering be planted along the road frontage of the structures and the courts. The recommended action from staff is to approve the administrative amendment with any conditions consistent with the planning board recommendation. And we do have a consistency and reasonable statement for this administrative.
What is the purpose?
I'm going to defer to the applicant's representative, Miguel. Yeah. Keep them dry.
The purpose is to protect it from the rain. So the courts are made out of turf. When it rains, there's raining a whole lot. We haven't been able to use it much for the first 4 months of the year. So we
And,
will prevent that
sir,
from
can you
happening.
state your name for the record?
Miguel. Correa.
So we have that one elevation. This is. Color is it?
White is white. Yeah, that's the way it would look like.
Yeah, Will, if the land adjacent to this, it doesn't appear that it has any promise of being residential in any way, shape, or form in the future. Is that correct?
Across the road is a subdivision, but they do have a substantial, there we go. And
Yeah, but I'm talking about the one right next to 45 there.
yep, this is just a single family R20.
Oh, it is zoned R20?
It is zoned R20.
Oh, okay. Well, that paints a different picture, doesn't it? Are those tennis courts down there at the bottom? Yep, right there.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Yes, it's going to be powering on. Very near there. Yeah, I just think 45 feet would be a dominating structure that would pick up all the trees there and be very attractive. So I think I can support a structure, but much
And what was the planning board, 34 feet you recommended?
That's like more rate of way.
24 was one of the motions, but we decided to let you guys make the final call.
Well,
That's the
yeah,
minimum.
Miguel, can you, would 34 feet work?
The structure I was showing you there is 40.
14?
40.
I ask a question, why would you need something that high?
Yeah, to play 35,
So you lob the ball up
a
that high?
lot. And the problem is because of the wind, the only structure that you can have it is that manufactured. And the lower they can go is that structure is 40, I think it's 40 point.
41.
Yeah, that's the,
Just, Jay or Rob, I guess, my concern is really scrubby trees out there, wherever it is. Looking at the image with the lights, do we need to have an end panel on this structure, or do we need full cut off lights, because you're going to create obvious glare with particular traffic. And there is an image of it sort of having a flat down side. I'm kind of down in the similar. Because it's constructed, it's operating, and everybody's driving down the road going, I don't know. Blasting my lights.
Outdoor lighting ordinance.
You have some stipulations in our chapter 9, our illumination.
Well, you typically call for full cutoff, and I guess I would, as long as they can then by that.
Full cutoff is at the front.
But I mean, that's a lot of light fixtures if you don't do something about it. when it comes to the street.
those lights are not the ones we use in the Port Array right now. We have lights.
So they, what you do, run it by staff, is whether or not it's called full cutoff light, which are, what happens is then disperse.
When they did a
Light
LED lights,
goes down.
it's a LED lights to go down for the courts.
Yes.
Right now, we have only 3 courts. Right now, they're open till 10 o'clock at night. Doesn't rain.
Thanks for the question. House height. House heights.
We talked about this a lot. And of course, we agreed on the planning board. It was going to be an outrageously tall thing sitting out there very close to the road. There are some like pine trees between the road and this structure would be. We've asked for there to be some shrubbery that would, pine trees are tall enough, but they're just sticks. So we've asked for there to be shrubbery to help block it off of the road. We also asked if it could be a different color. White's going to really make that thing stand out. They were going to check and see if the manufacturer could come up with green or something that doesn't stand out as much as a white one. Haven't heard any answer on that.
How would you comment?
One piece of information that you've not been given, that we were given, was from this gentleman that in order to qualify for a tournament playing for Dale Tennis, it can be as low as 3rd and 4th. And that was a question we asked why, and he said the tournament playing. We asked, he said the rules will allow us to do that. So if you're considering height, that's probably something they want to take into account.
Thank you, Commissioner Bottom.
Yes, can you throw up the site plan again? Miguel, is there any possibility of moving those to, no, you knew exactly what I was going to say, didn't you? All right. And you're saying the manufacturer of this, for lack of a better term, wants it, is,
That's as low as they can go,
is the lowest they can go is 40.
without making a custom build. In all honesty, we should not put that much more money.
This is a tough one.
All right, any other comments?
As the both sports lovers up here, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this because the changes are consistent with the land use plans and increases the usability of recreation opportunities for Mountain citizens. And is reasonable, is changes are reasonable because they do not significantly impact the integrity of territory zoning. And I would like to put the caveat that it's a maximum 41 feet, especially as manufactured.
You have a second?
Why it can't be 32? But it could be.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
That's all. Yes. 35 is that?
I'll make the substitute motion. I think I can make this. That the caveat is 35 feet. That way we can.
Let me get a giant nursery. On it. Saying,
They could do it in green, just I'm not allowed to hold up.
Sorry, sir, would you repeat that?
Yeah, if they do it in green, they told me they will not guarantee. I'll have to replace the structure every X amount of years. Durability is not there.
There's a second. For 35.
Landscaping.
We're gonna make suggestions for it. I do think, you know, there's some compromise there or lessens the impact. Yes.
Oh, does putting this up, does it
Actually.
We will have to. request is approved.
It's almost like you have a number of things to determine. Um, Well, the point is that if the structure is going to be inside the setback, then they can't build it anyway. So is it or is it not going to be in the setback?
It will have to be inside the setback.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is if it is, does that actually put Quonset right on the courts is what I'm trying to get at. In other words, is it even feasible to build this thing regardless of how high?
What is the setback requirement?
50 feet.
Is that 50 feet? So if it's 50 feet.
So it's got to be like 10, 15 feet on each side for this Quonset to work, so.
And it was just online, actually. It doesn't explain like that.
So he's talking about side yard. I don't think side yards. That court is much further away from that side yard. The front is not an issue, but you're in plane of the courts with your Quonset hut, for lack of a better term. That's not the issue. Not the issue. I think you got the room to do it. The question is whether or not you live with something that's the length of this room.
Yeah.
Something out there.
That's, yeah, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
right, and work it.
right more.
Well, I mean, right.
Better neighbors. So, we have a motion and a second. There was some limited discussion on landscaping. Can you call for the vote?
We end up with that.
Landscaping for me is like putting lipstick on a pig. Yeah, that's about a whole lot you can do.
And the sign along with the signs come down to the top. I mean, it's 50 feet off the roadway, that if it's coming down, I'm looking at it, come down even with the court. I think it's each other. Talk about this pine tree up there.
Be supportive of it. All right, I'm going to call the vote. We have a motion by Chairperson, second by Commissioner Whitley. All in favor? All opposed? That fails. 4-3. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Item 12A.
Mr. Mayor, before you get away, I just noticed that was the administrative amendment. You can make that now based on, well, okay, then that's fine.
Consent agenda.
That we are, consent agenda item 12A through I.
Thank you. For a second. Or second. Whitley, all in favor?
This is the topic that was discussed at the April 22nd planning conference. I'm sure you remember that. It's, request to purchase a records management system and computer-aided dispatch system. The background is that, as we said before, RMS and CAD systems are over 10 years old and significantly past their useful life. These systems allow staff to assign calls for service, track incidents from start to finish. Data collected in the systems are used to generate crime reporting stats, in addition to other viable reports and used in daily operation decisions. With these being legacy systems, the department has experienced noticeable operational inefficiencies with two of the most widely being delayed dispatching and emergency calls, and extended time completing incident and crash reports. In addition, limitations to retrieve data from the system and extended report production activities often used in strategic planning activities. Since the system is server-based, the organization is at a higher risk of experiencing adverse business continuity activities. A server failure or security breach could result in system downtime for several weeks, as well as a loss of capabilities to retrieve data. One you mentioned earlier, Dow PD had a ransomware attack last weekend. So that's things are still happening. I know Mecklenburg County had one in 2017, and some Piedmont Community College had one 2 years ago. Colonial pipeline ransomware attack shut down for a while. Anyhow, our proposal is a new system that's cloud-based, which will address the current issues of accessibility, performance, and IT security management related to data collection and storage. And moving to a cloud-based system obviously will make it safer for us. Decrease the workload on individual user devices and reduce the time the IT department currently uses has to spend on repairs and program fixes. One of the advantages of combining our current RMS CAD programs as well as multiple other programs into one, we can streamline numerous areas of department need. So having to input the same data multiple times in multiple programs, dispatchers and officers can streamline the entirety of the call for service by inputting data once up front, having the information duplicated to all other necessary programs. This in itself can help speed up time taken on calls for service, freeing up officers and dispatchers for the duty soon. In addition, analytics will be easier to perform, allowing the crime analysis unit more easily scour through data from both departmental analysis and crime trends, as well as help with active cases in this patterns we can quickly recognize. One of the keys to this that we really liked, but we did look at what we currently have. We have a lot of siloed systems that been purchased over time. This provides a centralized solution. ProPhoenix will allow the department to centralize multiple other programs that are currently outsourced to multiple vendors and require separate login. ProPhoenix has the software to replace these currently siloed functions such as alarm management, document policy management, internal investigations, case management, inventory and fleet management, canine phone maintenance, personnel management, training and certification records. This is, as I said, this is a state-of-the-art software system. And I think the service department financial impact payment for the initial cost of $546,352 for installation, data transfer, training, etc. will come from the following sources: $346,352 come from the American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARPA, and we would provide $200,000 in asset forfeiture funds. And the annual support, maintenance, and Amazon Web Service hosting cost of $142,200 would be reduced to a net budget increase of about $86,000, with the elimination of those redundant applications currently used that I mentioned above. The recommended action is the request you approve $346,252 in ARPA funds and $200,000 asset forfeiture funds to purchase and install a ProPhoenix law enforcement CAD RMS Lost digital app used by the Matthews.
Who wants to make that motion?
Make a motion that we approve the use of $346,352 in ARPA funds and $200,000 in forfeiture funds to purchase and install the Pro Phoenix law enforcement data ordinance WBA.
Yes, Chief. First of all, Rob, let me ask this question to you, Chief Finneberg first. If this software system had a module for fire departments, is it something that you could use as well? I mean, are you in need of a software system for within your fire department?
You will be.
Come to the microphone.
I mean,
Yeah, yes, we will be. The short answer, yes, we will be. We haven't looked at it. I don't know anything about this software system. What we're currently looking at is expanding a software system that we purchased countywide to take over our records management system. But we'll definitely look at it.
yeah, just try to stretch this thing. If you could talk to the representatives of Phoenix and see if they have anything that could attach as an add-on to this in the future that would save us some money for the fire department.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
And if I may, the action could be amended to clarify that it also. I accept that.
All in favor? Opposed, that unanimous.
Thank you.
Hindenburg, who will be playing Corey Kane tonight. Consider contract with Fire Station 2 improvements.
Good morning, as Katie said. This also is a continuation of our discussion at the planning conference. This is work to upfit and renovate Station 2. We have, since the planning conference, we've gone back and refreshed our estimates, talked with the contractors that we've chosen, and our estimates of $155,000 is still valid. Work will not start until late June or July, if approved, but we do have some materials down payment that would come out of the 23 budget. We've gotten contacted 3 contractors. We got 2 estimates, one from the maintenance team who did the earlier bathroom and decontamination area renovations at Station 2. And we got 3 kitchen cabinet estimates, including one from Regal, who did the kitchen upfit at Station 1 some 5 or 6 years ago.
Commissioner Gardner.
I would like to make a motion that we authorize the manager to contract with the maintenance team and Regal cabinet for renovation work at Station for a cost not to exceed $155,680 and utilize general fund proceeds from the American Recovery Plan Act, and to approve the corresponding budget and then transferring funds to the fire departments.
Discussion, all in favor?
Thank you very much.
Business has been non-existent now, so we have the audit reports that can be done tonight. I just want to say 2 things very quickly. First of all, watching us at this point, and they have the media to pick this up. We did have a budget workshop this afternoon. We're working on our budget. The cost of doing business down in Matthews has gone up. A tax increase my commitment to the mayor of Matthews, and I think it's been everybody's eyes. I think that always possible. Carefully, couple of weeks. I think he remains fast and get out of it. And so, for that. Secondly, on a personal note, I want to congratulate my son, Jed Dickon, who graduates from New York University next month. Public service with a concentration in transportation, so someday you might be there. Kind of fill into that line of this when we start talking to Asian water. Concentration and concentration. The report, man. There you go. Town manager report.
Motion to adjourn.
Anybody's not in favor, stay here. I'm going home.